49, Chapter 51. I was walking along the covered path towards Runon's forge, an isolated little corner where she worked away. I came this way often, every few days or so. Most of the time I said nothing, and neither did Runon. I merely watched and then left. Maybe I enjoyed seeing how she worked and how dedicated she was to perfection. This was a craft she had spent centuries honing until it came so naturally to her she did not have to think. It was also somewhat, maybe I want to say, real. In this place, I felt as if I could remember what it felt like back out in the world that lay beyond this city. Time, for Runnon at least, was of the essence if she was to create a weapon worthy of her forge or a suit of armor that would stand up to battle. But that did not seem to be the right answer to me, and it had a hollow ring to it, as if I was not diving deeper and uncovering the truth of my reasons or motivation. So anyways, here I was, and I emerged out into the protected clearing where Runnon, as always, labored at her forge. Yet this day she was not. It was so surprising and so out of character that I froze where I stood and stared at the scene in front of me. The elf smith was sitting on a simple wooden chair that I recognized as coming from the small kitchen at the back of the forge that I had glimpsed on a few occasions. Sunlight filtered down between the leaves, and the elf, for the first time, looked as if she was relaxing. Her face was not drawn with seriousness or the intense focus that blinded her to everything but what was in her hands. Runnon's age suddenly seemed apparent, and there was an air of quiet watchfulness that only someone who has seen all there is to see and now merely watches can achieve. Her eyes flickered over me, and I was glad that it had become habit to wear my sparring clothes to her forge. It hardly seemed appropriate to wear a delicate elvish dress in this place, and neither did I want Runnon to think of me that way. Inclining my head in respect, I spoke the traditional greeting that had become, since my arrival and constant use, a ready thing upon my tongue. She considered me for a second, and I remained silent, allowing my words and the vibration they caused in the still air to fade away like a memory. Then she sat forward a little and spoke in a voice harsh from disuse. Nearly every day you come here. Why? I stood, for there was nowhere to sit, and regarded the elf before me. Why did I come? What brought me to this place on such a regular basis? Was it because of the grim honesty with which Runnon worked and seemed to provide one place that I could safely say was real in this place? Finally, summoning my voice, which seemed so loud in this place, does it matter? Runnon was silent for so long that I thought she would not answer, and we would both be frozen here for the rest of time. Finally she spoke, "No." Then she leaned back in her chair and continued, "No, you are different, and so I welcome you to this place." Her eyes sharpened, and suddenly her peaceful, calm air vanished, and a look more akin to the intense drive she showed when working came upon her. "What have you learned?" The sudden change her attitude, the very air around us, sent me reeling for a moment before I was able to steady myself and consider the question she had posed to me. What had I learned? I had stood and watched a master smith at work and seen how she handled the tools and the item she was creating. I had seen how she called to it, and yet also allowed it to grow as it wished. However, I was no smith, and nor could I have replicated what I had seen if I was handed a piece of iron and told to make something. I choose my words with care. I have seen many things, but I still search for what I have truly learned, Runnon Elder. The elf chuckled, and the sound was like rocks grating against each other, unnatural and not altogether pleasing to hear. "You are a strange one, girl. Surely you have learned something." Gesturing at her forge, she asked with an almost laughing edge, "How to forge a dagger, how to manage the bellows until your fire is white hot." I had learned something. It had nothing to do with forging weapons or things of beauty crafted from metal or jewels, but something that one could not hold nor physically see. I had not learned the best way to handle a hammer nor anything else to do with a forge. It was something that was important for me, especially as the days grew darker and the world colder. Maybe I can explain it. I can at least try to put words to it because Runnon deserved it. I turned my face to gaze at the trees that surrounded us, at the bark of those trees, and the way they were anchored to the ground, to reality like pillars. Then I looked back to Runnon and saw the way she sat, her gaze firm and her hands folded neatly in front of her as if she too, like the trees, was anchored to the very face of this land. It would take an earthquake to move her, and it was that strength that I admired. Du Weldenvarden seemed to exist in a place beyond time, but in Runan's forge, standing and watching her work, I saw dedication and endurance. I saw something that had endured. She had seen the world rise and fall, but she still labored on, never pausing, and not stopping even as the world crashed down around this forest. She knew what was happening out of the safety of these trees, and so she labored on to create things that would be needed before the end of this. Did she cower? Did she linger in guilt for creating the swords that had shed so much blood? Did she forget her purpose, or why she was here because of all that she had seen? Runnan had endured, and with her a bit of the past when this world was young and not so stained by blood. It was easy, when I was with her, to see beyond the immediate future that seemed so dark and so ready to fall. To look beyond a future in which I could fail and condemn more than this world to Galbatorix. No, when I was here, I could look beyond and see something that comforted me. It was something that made me know that, regardless of what I had to or what I saw, I could and would endure. Surely I had learned this lesson before. Surely I had seen what it means to risk greatly and take a risk which could destroy everything. Was I just being another dramatic little girl wanting to find herself and end up a hero? The girl who never has to confront her faults and somehow finds her way through the battles and death to emerge bright and happy on the other side. No, reader, that is not me. I am unsure and I am weak. Memories weigh heavily on me, and so does the guilt of failure, for I had not just let Ajahad die, but others who had fought for me, for my family. Of course, I had seen all of this before. However, it is a lesson that I needed again. I needed to see that there was more than ashes and dust, that one could endure through the loss and the sacrifice. The knowledge that one had to continue, even when the burdens grew so heavy, it seemed impossible. Sometimes memories of lessons once learned, of sacrifices made, are not enough when one is about to brave the tempest again and be asked to pay the highest of prices in a game with the highest of stakes. I had watched my mother, and I had seen how she had, like Runnan, lived and endured despite knowing that the innocent and loyal died for her and because of her. No one can live blameless, and sometimes one must question the very foundation of the world. Yet Runnan, like my mother and many others, had shown me that if we are to do what must be done, then we must not be afraid of the sacrifice, and we must continue even when our steps are heavy. There is a risk. In every beginning is an end, and every moment is a battle. The risk of living and doing the things that must be done if there is to be any sort of dawn, because living is hard. It is a battle, and it is a fight that we never stop trying to win. We all break the same way, but it is the ones who find a way to put themselves back together, even with all the weight and the suffering that lingers long after the deeds are done. Shame is there too. Shame to be the last one standing on a field of battle, and shame to be the one who thought they could but found they really didn't know what they were doing. I smiled slightly as I turned my gaze once more to the silent elf smith, who watched me with that steady, far-seeing gaze that refused to let one go. I have learned something, I said evenly. I have learned what it means to continue, to endure, but to endure with a purpose, and the knowledge that one must continue even as the world trembles and falls. I drew myself up a little straighter and met her gaze with all the strength I could muster. Thank you for showing me that again. I had forgotten it. I shall not forget it again. The elf suddenly smiled, and there was something almost happy to that ageless and yet ancient face. For a second I saw Runnan as she must have been when she was a young elf so many centuries ago. Then she nodded as if pleased, and then she rose from the seat. She was taller than me, and yet I did not cower nor did I shift my gaze. The smith rested her calloused hands on my shoulders and said quietly, "Then you have learned all I can teach you." "Thank you," I said with a smile, and then she stepped away from me. "When it is time for you go," the elf paused and then continued, "come here, you have proved yourself worthy of it." With that, she returned to her forge, and I turned to leave. I left the tunnel of the trees and emerged out into full sunshine. My hair was stiff with dried sweat from my duel that morning, and I still had a whole day ahead of me. The birds were chirping, and the world, this world at least, felt so soothing and peaceful as if elves were not already preparing for battle. However, the calm and peace was deceptive, and it merely masked the undercurrents of determination, vengeance, and an urgency to save not only this forest, but the entire world of Alagaesia. It was nearly time. I heard that gravelly voice from my dream. Be ready. There were many mysteries that needed to be answered and many things that needed to be done. It was a very satisfying feeling. He felt as if he had just labored long and hard, but the reward was well worth it. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and his fingers stained with splotches of ink that had splattered during the intensity of his writing. His hand cramped from holding a quill for so long, and he felt stiff. Yet, in front of him, stacked neatly on the desk, was a pile of creamy-colored pages. He was rather proud of how the letters boldly stood out against the white, and the way stack of pages felt in his hands. It was his work. Each of those words, each finely crafted letter was his, and created by him in a language that was not his own, but that he had mastered. Rising from the comfortable chair, he gathered his piece of writing and glanced out to see the fading gold sunset. Zoe would be here soon, and he wanted to share with her what he had created for the Agidi Bladron. It felt strange. He had never thought of himself as a writer, and while he knew he still had far to go, it was also a warm feeling. He had created something that someone, one day, might want to read and maybe, just maybe, enjoy. It was a snapshot in time, a picture of his identity and his past that was unique to this time and who he was. During his time in this fair city, he had become engrossed in the elves' epics. The flowing style, the simple words that conveyed so many complicated feelings, and the way they caught his imagination. He supposed it was true with all good stories. One could relate, and yet they spoke of things that one wanted to, things one may never experience, and yet could imagine to. The written word, Iragan had decided, could inspire so many emotions and ideas. Saphira had left to pursue her own project, and he had been left to imagine what it might be. She had told him it involved fire, but what she was using her fire to do was a mystery. She had told him that she would be gone for most of the night, and he found himself burning with curiosity to know exactly what it was that had her so excited and so secretive. Carefully making sure his desk was back in order after the flurry of creative inspiration, he found the page of wards that Oramis had given him. His teacher had instructed him to cast them around both himself and Saphira to protect them from the more heady spells that would be awoken during the upcoming celebration. The elf had made no mention of Zoe, and so Iragan suspected that his friend either had her own protections established or Oramis had already spoken to her of it. Placing the sheet with the spells in an obvious place, he finished screwing the lids back on the ink bottles and neatly piled the scrolls that he still had to read that night. Making his way down from the study, he entered the bedroom and gathered up his sword before leaving the treehouse. The small clearing in which he sparred with Zoe was close, and it was there that they had their lessons in how to speak and act to. It was a peaceful place, and it gave the two humans and the dragon some much-needed privacy. Iragan knew that his 14 pages of writing was no masterpiece. He also knew that it could not match the priceless writing of the elves or dwarves' great authors. However, it was true, and he could speak it in the ancient language because it was true. It was a true tale, a tale that sparred no quarter or saved his pride. Yes, he was proud of it, but because by recording it all he could see how he had changed. The things that had frightened him, the challenges posed by life, and the things he had once wanted were now gone. They had been replaced by new ones, and he was different. Some answers had been given to him, and some questions still needed answering. He had not lied. Zoe was waiting for him, dark hair braided back, and a warm smile on her lips as she turned to face him. "Iragan," she greeted, and then her eyes fell on the papers in his hands. She raised a curious eyebrow and asked with a half-smile, "What is that?" Looking down at the pages, he felt a little bit of trepidation suddenly at the idea of sharing it, but knowing he would have to do it front of far more people than just Zoe, he steeled his nerves. "It is what I intend to share at the celebration." "Will you read it for me?" asked Zoe with a brief nod towards it, and Iragan nodded even though he was feeling more self-conscious by the minute. He wanted to apologize for his poor skill in the craft of writing, but he remembered one of his more recent lessons from Zoe. She had told him that to apologize for a skill one did not have was foolish and merely sounded like a weak excuse. One, she had told him, never got any better if they were constantly excusing themselves and not striving to be better. If one never tried, then one would never know what they could do. Besides, the celebration was in 3 days. He did not have much more time to be trying to do something else, and he tried to tell himself an honest account of who he was. So clearing his throat, he began, "Over mountains blue." When he finished, he looked up and saw that Zoe was gazing reflectively at the trees around them. Her face was quiet, and she looked as if she was considering the words he had spoken. She was a part of the story, a friend who had been there, and he half worried that she did not like being a part of it at all. With a long sigh, she turned and met his gaze with her own deep grey-blue eyes. "That is very pretty, Aragon. It is also honest." She smiled and said, "I like the honesty in it." "You like it?" he asked. "I do," she said firmly. "I want to make a copy of it. It is like a reminder of how much things have changed. How far both you and I and Saphira have come since you left Palancar and I landed on my back in Yazuak. We do not resemble the people we once were." An almost sad smile crossed her face, and she continued, "You should be proud of it. It might be a little rough, but it is true. That is what matters." He looked at her, and for a long time he did not know what to say. She was right, and he could only hope that those who heard him recite in a few days would see what she saw too, that it would not be one more embarrassment like his failure to hold his own when he duelled with Varnir was. He wanted to show the elves that he could do some things, and had half hoped that this bit of writing would help him in his desperate quest to prove that he was worthy of the title of Rider. "Come," said Zoe, as she drew her sword from its sheath by her side. "We should begin." It really was not anything special. An old house that was in bad need of new paint on a dingy street where no one seemed to live at all, and the only sound was the faint sound of dripping water. Yet she was here, and it seemed rather fitting that the Black Hand would make their headquarters in this part of the city, a place few went, and certainly none of the Varden. He noticed a pair of mangy-looking dogs farther down the street, picking at some sort of garbage that had been left on the street. What is interesting, he had come to realize, happens mostly in secret, in places where there is no power. Nothing much of lasting value ever happens at the head table or in the grand ballrooms. Those who already have power will often glide along the familiar rut they have made for themselves, while those who have nothing but have a goal will pull the string from behind. Moving forward carefully, he examined the house for any signs of traps. There was nothing that he could sense right then, and he had the feeling that most of the place's protection lay merely in its first appearance. Why make this place into a fortress if no one ever came into it? Gently pushing open the door, he found himself on a dark entrance. A hallway branched off to his left, and there was an open room to his right. The walls had peeling paint, and there was no furniture to be seen on this floor at least. A mouse skirted away from him, and he wrinkled his nose in disgust. It was even worse on the inside. It was hard to imagine the fair young woman he knew living in such a place when he had always seen her walking down marble corridors with a retinue of attendants behind her. Times changed, and war, desperation, made people into many things. Looking to the ceiling, he felt a small smirk grown on his face. She was upstairs, and she was alone. On silent feet, he moved towards the stairs and took his first step. The stair moved beneath his weight, and there was neither railing to grip nor any light to illuminate the uneven steps. He was halfway up when his foot went all the way through a stair with a dull snap. The entire staircase began to sway, and realized that it was going to collapse. Acting quickly, he launched himself up the rest of the way just as the staircase shuddered and collapsed, crashing down below into the room below. Murtagh's chest slammed onto the landing. His legs dangled in midair as his fingers scrambled to grab anything from the faded carpet covering the upper floor to the smooth wood beneath it. He jerked backwards. Iron-hard hands grabbed his wrists. Murtagh was hauled up, and he found himself looking into the bright green eyes of Vivian. "Murtagh," she murmured as she placed him down gently on the landing. "What are you doing here?" Murtagh rubbed his numb wrists. He was surprised by her strength, astonished, actually. She had almost wrenched his shoulders out of their sockets when she'd lifted him straight up in the air. He pressed his hands against his chest where it had hit the ledge and took a deep breath. He was bruised, but he didn't think he had broken any ribs. Meeting her gaze, he saw a spark of worry and fear in those cold jade-colored eyes. "I am looking for you," he said as he glanced around them. They were in one large room. A bed was in one corner with mesh sheets, and a window overlooked a back alley with a twining vine that one might be able to climb down. A large, rather comfortable-looking couch was on one wall along with a massive map and a mirror. A closet showed a small collection of clothes ranging from black leather gear to a soft blue dancing dress. This was where Vivian must make her headquarters. The girl sighed heavily and buried her face in her hands. "I told you stay away," she said softly, and he heard a note of desperation. "Why didn't you listen?" She looked very weak then to him, her shoulders drawn together, face grey with exhaustion, her narrow body too thin and her hair was dirty. Gone were the noble woman and the silky spy. She stood unmasked and frightened before him. It hit him hard, and he wished that fate had not brought them together so. He rested a hand on her shoulder and said softly, "What is happening?" She raised her face and shook her head violently. "I can't tell you. Go now. Leave, please, Murtagh." Her voice rose with desperation, and he wondered if it was desperation for herself or for him. He felt his resolve harden, and gently he put his other hand on her shoulder and held her still. They were both standing, looking at each other, and he felt as if they had been transported from this dilapidated house to Urabine and the gleaming palace they had first met in. "No," he said, "you are my friend." Me. She gazed at him, and the silence that fell over them both was oppressive as their wills met in a clash. "I could not see what was right before me. I wasted so much time on you." "Vivian," he began. "Did you ever love me?" Vivian asked. "No," he admitted. "I thought perhaps I could, but—" Vivian nodded. "I thought you did. I was so certain that you did, even though you never said it. I thought this mess would be temporary, even when it was dragging on and on. But it's not. It never was." Vivian turned her face away from him. "You should think better of yourself than to settle for this," he said quietly. "There isn't time." "No," he said, "but we have enough to work together once more, one more time." A ghost of a smile flickered across her face. "Why, Murtagh? Why? Can't you see there is nothing worth doing this for?" "I've come too far to turn around," he responded, even as he felt a small flicker of fear. He was risking more than his freedom. He was risking Zoe, the Varden, Vivian, Iragan, and Saphira by coming here like this and risking so much. Everything could go up in flames, and yet he had to. He had to risk the blaze and hope there was some way he could save both himself and the girl he had once called friend, and then tried to forget only to realize that forgetting her would be a fatal mistake. Vivian looked at him. She looked at him long and hard for uncounted minutes. "Then let me show you," she said so softly he had leaned in to hear her. "Let me show you have been missing, because you have been deceived and it destroy everything you hope to gain." She took his hand, and it was then that he knew. He knew there was no going back now, and yet he felt the adrenaline, the thrill of the chase, and it was too late to pull the emergency brake now. "I am free. Exams are done, and so I wrote this chapter in celebration. I do have a busy summer, but I will have more time for writing now that 1 year of high school is behind me. So look for some updates. Yes, this is a filler, but the next one will not be one at all. Thank you to my awesome readers. You guys are just so awesome, and it really was a bright spot when I was lost in a pile of flashcards and textbooks. It totally killed my imagination, and I am so grateful for all the suggestions you guys have given me regarding Zoe's creation for the celebration. So thank you." Review replies, "Guitar more seknapfula. I am glad you liked the chapter. I did make it through exams, yay. I am free once more and looking forward to summer. The next chapter will be about the transformation and how that affects Iragan and Saphira. Elemental Dragon Slayer, thank you for the review, The Modern World. That is an awesome idea. Hope you enjoy this chapter and look for some more soon. MXM World Traveler, thank you for all the ideas. It is a challenge to think of anything, let me tell you. Hope all is going well with your story, and thank you for the review. Rismuso, yes. It is one of those really bad grammar habits that I need to break. Thank you for reminding me of it. I am glad you enjoy the story. Live, laugh, play music. I am glad to see you again. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Shin Abin, I am thinking. You will have to wait till the next chapter to see what she ends up creating. Thank you for the review, and I hope you enjoy this chapter. J. Jidizel 122. Oh, thank you. I do love constructive criticism, so please, if you see something, then let me know. Chapter length will be increasing once I am over these fillery little chapters that seem to be a necessary evil, unfortunately. Hope to see you next chapter. Chris, yes, the celebration part is the best. Hope you like this chapter, and the next one will be up soon, I hope, as well. Thank you for all the suggestions you have given me throughout this story writing process. Jabber 185. Haha, well, I am glad you like the story. even though it is a little rough around the edges, especially at the beginning. It has been a learning curve for me, and one day I might go back and just rewrite it, but it has been very fun. I will try and serve it up quick, now that school is behind me. Thank you for the review, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter. Eva Sayajin, thank you for your review. It really is awesome to get some constructive advice about my characters and my own writing style. I really will keep an eye on the Merisu land, especially as we move towards the next two books in the series. I am glad that you find the original characters to be sort of in character, because I do worry about that. No, Zoe really won't be able to rely too much on that timeline, though I will use it as a building base for future events. Once more, thank you. Stay safe, murmured that ghost of a whisper in his mind. For me. 50, Chapter 52. I was running, my feet moving swiftly down the smooth marble of the wide, high-ceilinged corridors as my heart pounded desperately. I was gripping my bow to which an arrow was already knocked, screams, voices yelling orders and warnings, the sounds of swords meeting swords ringing off the stone of the walls, smoke, figures running, swords clashing again, cries of pain and of fear, arrows flying. My quiver bounced against my back. I was dressed in a gown meant for bed, not war. The white fabric was already stained with flecks of blood and offered little protection. People running, dashing through the hallways in a chaotic disorder that made it nearly impossible for me to identify what the threat was. Some already lay lifelessly on the ground, while others gasped for air as blood began to pool around them. I was not at either Caer Dathel or Caer Cauldron. This was a different palace altogether, and while it shared many similar architectural themes with those places, it was still foreign to me. I knew neither where I was going nor why, though I seemed to be running against the tide. People seemed to be going in the opposite direction, while I seemed to be heading towards the noise of battle. I did not stop running. My feet pounded against the stone floor as I squeezed in between the masses of running warriors, screaming maids and frightened children. I did not look back. My hair, unbound, caught against the armor of a running warrior, and some was ripped out, but I barely noticed the stinging pain. The sound of swords hitting swords rang out behind me, but I did not pause. Why, I do not know. Pethard, my older brother, suddenly appeared through the smoky haze that filled the corridors. His golden hair was disarrayed, and his eyes sparking with the adrenaline-fueled clarity that filled all warriors during a battle. In one hand, he held a sword that dripped black blood onto the floor before him. He caught sight of me and began to push his way through the masses of running people till he stood before me, his blue eyes quickly taking me in as if to assure himself that I was not injured. My dream self spoke quickly. "Where is Taran, Eamund?" My older brother quickly placed a hand on my shoulder and pushed me forward as we resumed our run through the corridors. Where we were going I could not say, but my dream self knew, and so I was carried along through the smoky corridors and past the dying figures of men and women that littered the corridors. Blood pooled in some places, the red of mortals and the foul black of huntsmen, the foul creatures that carried out many of the dark shadow's wishes, mixing together. Safety seemed unreachable, and I did not wish to find it. I wished to find battle and defeat the foul creatures that had infiltrated this place. I wanted answers, and yet, as I had found out in other dreams, I was merely a passenger and not in control. Pethard glanced behind and then said hurriedly, "I do not know. I lost them." He yanked me out of the way as a black-feathered arrow streaked past me, and then, his voice nearly inaudible because of the noise, he spoke. "We need to get." His words were cut off. Out of the smoke came the cruel, twisted face of a huntsman. They were foul creatures, vaguely human in form, but they hated our kind and knew nothing of love or kindness. They sought to destroy and kill. This one's yellow eyes glittered with the rage it felt for both my brother and I. In one hand it had a sword, and it raised it to strike, but my arrow flew from the smooth wood of my bow. I had seen the face and fired without hesitation. The creature fell dead, and both my brother and I continued on skirting the black body and not pausing. A sudden crash made my brother push me towards the opposite wall. A window had been shattered by a large rock, and shattered glass rained down on the two of us. Some of them cut through the thin material of my dress, and one, large and jagged, opened a large gash down Pethard's face, but he did not seem to notice. Instead, we continued on, our pace even faster now. My feet, clad in soft slippers better meant for a bedroom, slipped on a pool of blood, and it was only my brother's quick grab of my elbow that kept me from falling. The corridor opened up, and we found ourselves in a large, open, vaulted hall where staircases twirled down from upper floors in graceful spirals to the marble floor. Some of those staircases were now completely blocked, as warriors did battle on them. Paintings and elaborate tapestries decorated the walls, and torches flickered in the wall brackets, casting strange shadows down on the battle that raged. We were on the ground level, and at one end of the hall was a giant set of doors thrown open to show a dark night and more foul huntsmen. The sounds of men crying out and the snarling battle cries of the huntsmen filled the smoky air. Blood coated the floor, and the flash of steel sent arcs of light across the room as the desperate fight continued on. Pethard leapt forward, a cry of horror on his lips as he saw what I saw that moment as we paused briefly to observe this scene. Earmund, my brother, was surrounded by snarling huntsmen and blood already spreading across his shirt like an evil flower even as he dueled on. That his strength was failing was clear, and that he was just about to be overrun was also apparent. I cried out to him, but before I could follow my eldest brother and leap to defend Earmund, I felt something behind me. I spun and saw a particularly large huntsman bearing down on me. His cruel blade curved in an arc, and it dripped crimson blood to floor. The cold yellow eyes glinted with triumph as he prepared to deliver a killing stroke. I lifted my bow and fired a ready arrow towards him just as I rolled away from the swinging blow. I was in the battle now with nothing but my bow and no armor or knife or even my sword. The dream changed, yanking me away from the besieged palace and into another place. I was in a stable. The sound of raindrops pounded against the roof, and the chiseled heads of horses peeked over their stall doors watching me. The stalls were big, and at the end of the aisle was an open door that showed dark woods and pounding rain. Beside me was Earmund and Pethard, all of us armed and dressed in heavy black soldier cloaks that would help shield us from the rain. A ranger passed me the reins to a dark grey stallion and smiled in farewell before heading back towards another open door that probably led back to the main buildings. Then, suddenly, I was following my brothers toward the door, and then I was outside with the stallion beside me like a warm, secure presence. The rain was cold, and it quickly soaked my hair even as I moved to pull my hood up. I quickly mounted, as did my brothers, and then we were moving. The icy rain drops coming down hard and unyielding as we made our way down a path lined by trees. We were in the wild, I knew that. I also knew we were leaving the safety of the main settlement behind and heading down the path that was normally used by those traveling towards Caerdathel. It was a long ride home, and on a night like this, it could prove deadly. Our pace quickened. The stallion beneath me moving with powerful assurance down the muddy path, leaning into the bridle a little for support as we navigated the narrow trail. The dense forest beside us was dark and only lit by the occasional flash of lighting. Our traveling in such a storm towards Caerdathel was beyond me, and so I had to follow my dream self as I rode in between my two brothers. A loud clap of thunder nearly made me cry out as the sky was suddenly lit by a brilliant flash of forked lightning. Everything around me was alive, and yet also bracing itself against the raging storm with its torrents of wind and rain. The rain hit my face as I bent low of my stallion's neck to avoid a branch. This was a miserable ride. Another flash of lightning brightened the surrounding forest, the trees illuminated by the white light that made their wet leaves glitter for those brief seconds. My heartbeat was drowned out by the explosion of thunder that followed. I did not know what was happening, but I did know I had to match my brother's pace as we hurried away from the warmth of the settlement and into the wild. My eyes fixed on the dark shape of Pethard in front of me. He guided his red bay mare through the trees with effortless ease along the twisting path that had been carved through many centuries of use. His dark cloak was dark with rain, and he, too, was bent over his mare's rain-drenched neck as we rode at a speed that could not be called safe in such conditions. I suddenly heard something else. The sounds of heavy feet and a malevolent presence to my left set my nerves on edge. Surely there was nothing this close to the settlement, unless it had been waiting for us and now chose to strike. Thoughts of ambush on this dark night sent my heartbeat speeding up. I could see nothing but darkness behind the flying tree trunks, but that did not mean there was nothing there. Suddenly I felt watched, and it made me want to pull my sword out, even though the glimmering blade could act as beacon. Something moved again, this time closer to us and on the right. Then again to the left. We were being followed, and the path was too narrow for us to ride side by side. We were perfect targets. I slipped my bow from my back, and with one hand to the reins, I slipped an arrow to the string and held the weapon ready. The stallion, Mellinger was his name, I remembered suddenly, pulled against the reins, and I gently loosed the contact so he could balance better as he ran. A high-pitched cry came from my right and echoed through the raging rain. I knew that cry would know it anywhere. It was the blood-curdling cry of a huntsman as they prepared to deal out their hatred. I loosed an arrow in the direction that it had come from and was rewarded by another cry, this one of pain, as we thundered on. But the respite did not last long. Movement came again, this time farther in front of us, and I suddenly felt a thrill of fear, for Pethard would be there in just a few strides. Before I could reload my bow, an arrow swept from behind me and towards the shape of the huntsman as it leapt forward. The arrow had been Earmund's, and it was a true shot despite the rain and the speed at which we moved. The creature let out a sickening cry as it fell backwards and into the underbrush. We did not stop. A flash of lightning illuminated to my left the distorted face of one huntsman, his yellow eyes glittering with hatred, but not for long. I had used some precious seconds to find an arrow, and now that arrow lodged itself in his throat. I turned back to face the direction we were headed. Soon we would come to another settlement, this one much smaller than the one we left behind, but well defended. If we could make it. The trail dipped down. Our horses splashed through a stream swollen with rain to form a small river. For a second my horse was swimming, and the freezing water lapped against my legs and splashed all over me as the current pulled at us, the freezing water making me cry out in surprise. Then we were out, back on the trail, and our horses galloping on even as I felt myself start to shiver violently. I knew the huntsmen were close. I could feel it and sense their evil presence with my mind. All my questions were forgotten in this wild ride as my brothers and I struggled to make it towards safety as the rain fell and our enemies hunted us through the dark trees. The rain hitting the ground with a fierce kind of determination as if wanting to wash everything away. Another movement, and this time there was more than one dark thing moving beside us. A black arrow buzzed past my face and one of my own twanged towards the source. The reins in my left hand were slippery with water, and I had to drop them if I wanted to shoot with any kind of accuracy. More black arrows flew at us, missing the three of us by inches if not less. Earmund and I returned fire as Pethard drew his shining sword in front of me in preparation. A huntsman lunged through the trees, and I slammed my bow against his face. I pushed my horse onwards, even as I felt him falter on the slick ground. There was no time. We were surrounded, and the only hope lay without outriding them now. I pushed my bow away and drew my sword as I picked my reins back up. Arrows were useless now, and I was forced to swing my blade widely as a creature lunged at my horse. Metal hit metal behind me as Earmund dispatched another. More huntsmen jumped, more and more of them, and I knew it was hopeless even as I swung my sword and Mellinger pushed onwards. I felt my insides start to burn with magic, the power flowing through me and warming my chilled, wet body as I sat a little straighter on my horse. Everything inside of me was telling me to use it, to allow it to blaze out of me in an incantation that would save my brothers and I, but I had to be careful not to spend myself now, when I might need my strength more later on. The wind shrieked around me, and the rain seemed to have become heavier. I felt alive. I felt clear-headed, and so alive as if the world had just been sped up. In front of me, I saw Pethard slash at a huntsman even as he galloped onwards. Then, before I could even guess at what happened, I saw a huntsman jump at Pethard from behind. I cried out even as I urged my horse faster, as if I could somehow get there before the creature could. It was too late. The creature slammed against my brother with a force that made my heart freeze. A dark blade stained red with my brother's blood, and then the creature was falling off as my power surged forward and killed it. It was too late. I had been too late. I could see a deep wound on my brother's side, and I knew I had to get to him. He would not stay mounted for long. Another flash of lightning lit the sky. My stallion surged forward, and suddenly I was beside my brother's mare, the tree branches smacking us even as I jumped from my horse to my brother's. I landed behind him and reached around and took the reins from his limp hands. He was terribly still. He was not moving even as he gripped the mane of his horse with his remaining strength, his blood soaking us both even as the rain pummeled down. Behind us galloped my now riderless stallion and Earmund. My power blazed around us. I let it go, let it fill the air around us with a shield of hard air. Though even as it held and protected us, the more huntsmen that battered against it, the harder and more taxing it was for me to maintain it. I was strong, but I could not hold a hard wall of air, while galloping a horse down a path made slick with mud as I tried to keep my brother from falling off for long. I had failed, was failing, and it made me both angry and frightened. My brother was losing too much blood, and I could not save him. I pressed the weary horse onwards. Thunder boomed. Huntsmen shrieked their anger at not being able to reach us. Then I saw it. Tiny orange flickering lights lay in front of us close and drawing even closer as we galloped towards them. Soon we would be there, and even now we should have alerted the patrols that guarded the area. Even through the heavy grey of the rain I could make out the buildings that formed the small settlement and the wall that surrounded it. We were almost there. I pressed onwards and poured my strength into the wall, the shield that guarded us. We had to make it. A little longer. My brother was unnaturally still in my arms, and I knew he did not have long. I did not know how Earmund fared, and there was no time to reach out mentally and ask. All my focus had to be on riding and my magic. There was no room for error. Even as we drew close to the village, it seemed to move away. Then I felt the evil minds of the huntsmen draw away as we drew close to the settlement. They would not follow us now, but wait for another chance. A patrol would have to be sent out to deal with them in the morning. Such a large group could not be allowed to remain so close to our settlements. The gate was open, and I saw the faces of rangers waiting for us, swords at the ready as the torches flickered in the rain. The lighting illuminating the buildings, even as our horses hit the stone of the street. I let go of my magic and felt exhaustion slip into my body as the magic and adrenaline began to fade, only to be replaced by fear as I caught sight of Earmund. His face was too pale, one had clutched his side, and I saw that blood was streaming from between his fingers and down his side. He had been hit, and his face was so pale, too pale and drawn with pain. No, no, no. The dream was beginning to fade. I did not want to go. I wanted to stay and make sure my brothers were all right. I wanted to find out why we made this desperate ride through a storm and ambushes to make it here. But my mind was waking. I was returning to my living body, and I could not stay. I woke drenched in sweat, trembling with adrenaline, and wrapped in my blankets as if I had tried to strangle myself. For the rest of the night, I sat on my comfortable window seat and stared out at the silent garden. I sat quietly at the vanity table in my bathroom as Rena carefully plaited my hair with expert fingers. The elf maiden's long golden locks were already pulled back and braided with small glittering jewels that flickered like tiny lights any time the delicate strands moved. She had brought me a dress, a pale rose gown that fell delicately around me. It was both formal and yet comfortable too. The neckline was covered with thin strings of silver that laced with one another, falling over my bare shoulders and down my arms. It was the kind of dress that I had once worn long ago, and now, to feel the satiny silk brushing against my skin was like stepping back in time. Only this time, it was the eve of the Agidi Bladron, the elves' 3-day celebration in honor of the dragon oath. I had been surprised that Rena had come to assist me with preparing for the celebration, and that, according to her, Islandsody had had the dress made specifically for me. It was both a nod to my status and to the alliance that had developed between me and the Queen of Du Weldenvarden. However, I did not question Rena, but merely nodded my thanks and tried to calm my racing nerves as she assisted me with the dress, and now with my hair. I knew what this celebration would bring, and as always, I was madly hoping that somewhere along the line I had not changed things so that the coming event would not occur. The maid patiently finished the last braid and then began to weave them up with small strands of silver. When she finished, Rena stepped aside, hands clasped before her, and said with a faint smile, "You are ready, my lady." Never before had the phrase sounded so ironic to me. I was ready, at least my hair and dress were, but inside I was not. I was not ready for what would come now. I glanced at my reflection once more as I stood, and the dress fell around me in glittering waves of pale rose and silver. My reflection looked back at me. A few months ago I had been blissfully unaware of my true heritage and purpose, but now I knew. I would never have imagined that I would be standing here, looking like royalty, waiting to attend an elvish celebration as both an ambassador for the Varden and dwarves, but as crown princess. Every single aspect of my reflection was perfect, from the dress to my cool mask, and I could hardly recognize the girl that had first arrived in this land, terrified and struggling to come to terms with a truth that I had never guessed at. "Thank you, Rena," I said, with a warm smile as I pushed those thoughts away. "I hope you will also be at the celebration." "Yes," said the maid with a smile, "I will." With that she turned and left, leaving me to make my own way towards the clearing where the Manoa tree waited. It was almost time, and I would, according to Arya, be given a place of honor beside the queen and the riders. Slipping on the light shoes that I often wore in the forest, I left my chambers and made my way towards the front gates of Tildari Hall. Arya, her mother, and accompanying retinue were already there. They all glittered like in the weir lights, with jewels glittering and formal robes in every color you could imagine. Their fair faces were alight with the excitement of what was to come, and bright smiles only added to the glittering display of elvish beauty before me. To see them before me, so fair and immortal, made me feel like a common flower jammed into a vase beside flawless roses. Greetings were exchanged, and then I fell into step beside Arya. The Princess of Du Weldenvarden was dressed in a gown of pale, icy blue that shimmered as she walked beside me. Her raven hair was pulled back and braided up with many small strands of pearls and silver strands. A delicate circlet was also woven into her hair, and she appeared to be an exact replica of her mother to me right then. The two, raven-haired and proud, could not have looked any more identical than they did then. Beside me, dressed in robes of shimmering grey, walked Lord Datherder, and his face was set in a smooth mask, even as he sent me a small, acknowledging smile. We came to a stop in the clearing of the Manoa tree. Arya motioned me forward, and I found myself standing beside Oramis garbed in red and black, Glida, Iragan, who sent me a nervous smile, Saphira, and other elf lords and ladies I had met before. Islanzudi moved to stand upon a raised root at the base of the tree, glimmering in the flickering witchlight like a shimmering mirage on a hot day. Nothing felt real, and I found myself glancing around the clearing, trying to take in the scene before me. Never had I been surrounded by such fair beauty, and magic lay heavy on the air, almost like an intoxicating drug. I doubled my defenses and tried to ground myself to the real world as the magic swirled through the air. We waited, silent and expectant, until the stroke of midnight, when Islanzudi raised her bare left arm so it pointed toward the new moon, as if, in my opinion, she was summoning a lightning bolt. A soft white orb gathered itself above her palm from the light emitted by the lanterns that dotted the Manoa tree. Then Islanzudi walked along the root to the massive trunk and placed the orb in a hollow in the bark, where it remained, pulsing gently. Iragan asked Arya softly, "Is it begun?" The elf let out a carefree laugh and nodded her head. "It is begun." She smiled then, a smile so radiant that it was at odds with the cool, icy elf warrior I knew. Suddenly she was not the same person. I could not say I knew this Arya, for she was fey, and seemed to have forgotten the burdens of command and rank. I was suddenly glad for my wards. They protected me, at least a little, and let me look at the world with a clear eye. So it began. I remember little of the celebration. When I asked Iragan and Saphira of it later, they also spoke of how little they actually remembered. It was like a dream when you know you are dreaming but cannot wake up. There were dances and songs about heroic deeds and quests by ship and horse to forgotten lands. The music was both joyful and sorrowful, as if it was celebrating the new but mourning the lost. It was a mixture of real instruments played by skillful fingers and the music sung by the magic. When it mixed together, I could no longer tell which was the product of an instrument or a product of enchantment. Whatever it was, the music made me feel so light and free that I could have been forever lost among its haunting melody had it not been for Oramis's warnings. For as long as I lived, when asked about it, I would remember that music, and I would wish I could hear it again. It entered my heart, my soul, and reminded me of things long forgotten and things that were to come. There were other things to that I remembered. Creatures dark and strange haunted the shadows and reminded me painfully of the dark things I had once fought in my own land. Many were animals that had been changed by the accumulated spells in the forest, and I felt sorry for them. How unfair to be changed by magic until you no longer resembled your kin, a change you had no control over. I could sympathize. I remembered the wonders that elves had created for the celebration. Things of such beauty and craft that they made me gasp just to see them. There were toys, puzzles, art, weapons, and many other things that were all on display during those 3 days. Runnan had created a shield that would not break, as well as a beautiful sculpture of a wren in flight that, to me, was the most beautiful thing I had seen her make during my time at her forge. The bird looked as if it was real, and I could almost reach out and touch its feathers. The most noticeable thing, though, was the change in the Menoa tree. No longer was it a normal, patient tree. Now it seemed to be alive, and its branches stirred even without a breeze, and sometimes it seemed that the tree also added to the music. The creaks of its trunk strangely in tune with the flow of the music, and an air of gentle watchfulness emanated from it, as if it was glad that such a celebration occurred beneath its giant branches. It was on the 3rd day of the celebration, something that both Iragan and I found out later, that both of us delivered our gifts. Iragan performed his own story, and did it with a skill and assurance that would have made any bard in the land jealous. He did it without pretense or any attempt at sugar-coating, but it was so painfully honest and true that no one could dispute that each emotion and event was not true. It was in that truth that the piece found its power, and by the end, I felt tears prick my eyes. Even when Iragan ducked his head and returned to his seat, praise came from many sides, even from the cold queen of the forest, who seemed to look upon the young rider with new eyes. Saphira was next, and her gift was a black stone. She had melted the glossy rock and molded into intricate curves that wound about until one became completely lost. There was no end and no beginning, but only one delicate swirl that transformed into another and another. Gleeder presented his gift, and then Oramis, and then me. I stood, my dress swirling around me in a soft cloud of pale rose and silver. My nerves had been long forgotten in the magic of this place, and so I walked to the place I was to deliver it with no hesitation. I really have you to thank for this. You were the one who braved my bad temper and gave me ideas. Thank you. Raising my voice, I spoke clearly out towards the elves who had gathered. My gift to this celebration is a song. I cannot say my voice is the fairest, nor my lyrics the cleverest, but it is my gift to this celebration. With that I flicked my fingers, and obeying my command, came a soft tune that I had created for this song. It was not a long song, nor was it the fairest that had ever been sung under these trees, but it was mine. It was a song about letting go but never forgetting. My song was about coming back even though you would not be the same person who had left. A song that made me feel a little more hopeful, a little less afraid, and a little more determined. As I finished and allowed the music to fade away with my magic, I smiled ever so slightly and inclined my head. It was done, and now I could rest a little easier knowing that my turn in the spotlight was completed, and I had not performed a major mess-up while I was in said spotlight. Many clapped, some called out names like Silvertongue, and Lord Datherder told me that he would like to hear me sing it again one day soon. Islanzudi merely smiled, and yet, in her guarded gaze, I saw that she too had liked my song and perhaps had identified with some of the themes contained in it. The celebration was coming to a close, though, and I had not forgotten, even though the music had tried, what was to come. Around the tree, the host of elves gathered, and they looked so radiant and so expectant, as if what was coming was the best thing in the world. Maybe it would be, but maybe, because of me, it might also not happen. Call me a worrier, but the weight of the future does not allow for mistakes, and I feared I had made one by accident, and without knowing I had. Islanzudi took her place on a gnarled shelf overlooking us, and the moonlight glittered on her crown, and her snow-white dress. As is our custom, we have met to honor our blood oath with song and dance and the fruits of our labor. Last this celebration occurred, many long years ago, we were desperate indeed. But that has changed, and the results of our efforts, the dwarves and the Vardens, we have come to see a little light at the end of this dark tunnel. Much remains, and Alagaesia still lingers under the black shadow of the Weirdfell. Of the riders of Eld, only Oramis and Glida remain. However, Iragan and Saphira have come, and it is their right to be here, as we reaffirm our oath between our races three. At the Queen's signal, the elves cleared a wide expanse at the base of the Menoa tree. Around the perimeter, they staked a ring of lanterns mounted upon carved poles, while musicians with flutes, harps, and drums assembled along the ridge of one long route. Guided by Arya, I found myself seated beside her, and Iragan with the dragons crouched behind us like gem-studded bluffs. When all the elves were settled, two elf maids walked to the center of the space in the host and stood with their backs to each other. Moving in unison, the two elves raised their hands to the brooches at their throats and removed them to reveal the tattoo of a dragon. Every scale was a different color, and the entire thing looked terribly alive in the flickering weir light. Soon it would be alive. A dragon of magic and memory would soon take flight. Fate seemed so heavy then. The music began. The two elves each lifted a bare foot and brought it down on the packed ground with a soft thump. Again. The thump seemed so loud now. Again, they began to move, to dance at such a speed that it was almost impossible to tell which was which. Faster, they began to sing. The magic began to build, and I felt as if the very air was pulsating with it. Faster, faster. Then a flare of light ran the length of the dragon tattoo, from head to tail, and the dragon moved. Yes, dear reader, it moved. My heartbeat sped up now in time to the fast beat, and the magic that was swirling even faster now and with greater urgency. It blinked, raised its wings, and clenched its talons. It was awake. A burst of flame erupted from the dragon's maw, and he lunged forward and pulled himself free of the elf's skin, climbing into the air, where he hovered above us. The tip of his tail remained connected to the twins below, and yet he was also very much distinct. He was alive. Awake and looking at the assembly before him with the air only a dragon could have. His gaze fell first on Iragan, and there it stayed for a brief moment until it turned to me. It looked at me, and I felt as if I was frozen by that look. Suddenly I was unable to move, unable to look away as the power of that apparition washed over me like a wave. A voice echoed through my soul, and then images came. You must act for us. We need you to complete this task. I was looking at a grand manor house, and somehow I knew this was Morzen's home, and at one point, Selina's too. I was suddenly inside and speeding through corridors lined with paintings and tapestries. I was flying through closed doors and passing through walls and rooms as if I was nothing but a ghost visiting a memory. Suddenly I stopped. I was in a vaulted treasure room. Chests lined the floor and were stacked in precarious piles, but I was only to look to one. I drew close, and the lid flew open, and inside I saw a red dragon egg. An egg that was the color of blood and flecked with black veins. The image changed, and I was in due Weldenvarden. An arch, a stone arch in the middle of the forest, was before me. Beyond it I could see the forest stretching on, but there was something here. I could sense the power here, feel it even in this strange vision. Runes were carved into the stone, and I wondered what they said. This place was ancient. The dragon's voice echoed through my mind. Come here. As soon as you can, you must come here, and we will take you to the egg. Hurry. Glida knows the way. The voice faded. The dragon turned away, and once more I could see the clearing before me. It was as if no time had passed at all, and yet I could feel the hammering of my heart and feel the thrumming power of the dragon. I could see the manor house and the strange stone arch. Even as the dragon turned to Iragan, and my friend stretched out his hand and received the gift of the dragons, even then I could still see those images. I was barely aware of my friend collapsing as the curse was removed, and I was barely aware of the events that occurred next. I was just going through the motions, pretending to be there even though I was lost in what I had seen and heard. Hurry. Glida knows the way. Hurry. 51, Chapter 53. As soon as I was able to, I left the Menoa tree. My thoughts and the emotions that came with them were too much for me to bear in silence. I had been barely aware as it was of Aragon, unconscious, being taken back to his own treehouse, or of Saphira and Glida performing their duties in the celebration. I was barely aware of the elves that spoke in hushed tones of what the dragons had just done and what it might mean. I was so out of it, in fact, that I barely was aware of Islanzardi's words as she spoke of the bond between riders and dragons. No, my thoughts were speeding around at about the same velocity as a train about to derail. I could not concentrate on anything but them, and so it was with a great deal of relief that I slipped away and made my way back to Tildari Hall, evading the various parties set up by elves throughout the forest city as I did so. I did not want to be roped into anything, and so, like a pale rose ghost, I clung to the shadows of the trees and met no one. Finally, I found myself pacing the silent corridors back to my rooms, the sounds of my footsteps echoing hollowly on the marble of the floor, and I felt very alone. I was the only one who knew what I knew, and I could not turn to anyone right then. I was alone, just as I was alone as I paced these corridors. Even as I opened the door to my chambers, even as I stepped inside and closed it behind me, I felt hollow and drained of everything. I felt isolated by a cage of my own making, and yet it was not my choice to be caged, but the events of fate that had bound me so. I found myself walking on silent feet into the tiled bathroom with its mosaic of colors and large vanity table. I had sat there a little while ago and worried about Aragon. Now that worry seemed foolish and minor compared to what I now had to think of. I rested a hand on the smooth white wood of the table and raised my head to look at myself. The magic of celebration seemed to have settled around my face and dress to give me an almost elvish glow. I looked so different, that face so different. I stared at my reflection, and my thoughts began to spin around again, and with them came adrenaline and a burning desire to know just a little bit more. Adrenaline and the magic of the celebration seemed to be driving away the cold emptiness now, and giving me a new kind of clarity even thought I had not slept for 3 days. My hands tightened around the edge of my vanity table, and I found myself not really looking at my reflection, but the various possibilities that played out across the mirror. Had Galbatorix decided that he would keep Thorn's egg at a safe distance? After the loss of Saphira and the death of both Morzin and Selina, had he turned to the manor house that Morzin had layered so many spells around? Had he then layered more until he was confident that no one would be able to circumvent the various wards and traps without his knowledge? I could almost see it now, a king looking for a safe place and choosing one that was no doubt abandoned and feared by all who knew who had once lived there. Close, but not too close. Abandoned and feared, but still someplace that no one would ever guess a priceless dragon egg would be hidden. I needed more information. I needed that dragon to come back this instant and do some bloody explaining. I was sick of this. I was sick of doubting my every footstep and move. I was sick of worrying about the future, and when I was finally feeling a little bit better about it all, this balm was dropped on my head. A quest delivered by a creature formed of magic and imagination that threatened to overturn everything. Worse, if I did manage to make my way to the egg and get back without being killed or captured, then would it still hatch for Murtagh? Would the dragon meant for him hatch and turn into Thorn? I groaned in frustration and spun on my heel. I wanted my gear back and my weapons. I wanted to run and run until I came to this bloody arch, and then find out exactly how I was supposed to traverse thousands of miles, and then, as if this was not sounding impossible already, retrieve an egg defended by every enchantment known to man. I wanted to punch a wall or burst into tears. I did not know what to do, and it was making my breath come fast as my heartbeat sped up. I reined my emotions back in ruthlessly and forced myself to slow down and think. I forced myself back from the brink with the kind of determination that only comes from discipline, the discipline I had honed for years. With my mind back together, my emotions buried deep, and my thoughts slowed, I began to think and consider the entire situation with a ruthless attention to detail that gave no room for anguish or fury. The first step would be to go to Oramis and Glida. However, if I did go to them, then I would have to tell them the biggest secret of all, that I knew a possible future for this land. I would have to tell them the real reason I was sent to Earth, and I would have to explain, in detail, not only why I had kept this secret, but the danger that drifting too far from this one future could cause. It was a far from ideal situation to be in, and yet I knew the truth would out sooner or later. After that conversation, I would have to inform both Arya and Islanzadi, which would mean another conversation about why preserving as much of the old storyline was important. Act. I knew that Arya was planning on leaving within the week for the Varden, and she had offered to take me, but I had refused. My duty as ambassador meant I could only leave if war threatened, and that day was soon enough. The big problem, as if there was only one, was convincing them that this had to be done. I knew it had to. I had felt the dragon's urgency, and I had felt as if I did not do this task, then the entire world would crumble to dust. However, everyone knew my capture would be a deadly thing for more than this world, and that, just as Saphira and Iragan had to be kept safe, I did too. It was the uncomfortable truth. I was a dangerous ally, but also a potential downfall if I was captured. I sighed heavily and wished, more than ever, I had someone to help me remove the shining strands of silver from my braided hair. I wanted someone to help me from this dress and listen soothingly as I vented all the problems I faced. Rena would no doubt still be celebrating, and for all I might want her company, I also knew that my burdens could not be so easily shared. I glanced out the window and saw that dawn would not be far off, less than 3 hours away. When morning came, I would need to set the ball in motion and make some difficult decisions. I moved from the bathroom and entered my bedroom. I went to the large windows and rested my arms against the sill. The gardens before me glittered and sparkled with a mixture of moonlight and the magic which thrummed on the currents of air. It was a beautiful sight, calm and peaceful in the silver light. The glass of the window reflected my face. It was a slightly distorted image, but it was still my face. It was my face. Despite the glow and the strangeness I had seen just moments before, it was me. I had worn many masks over the years, but I had come to realize that the most important was my own face. It was what I did with that face that mattered far more than any of my disguises ever had, than any of the lives I had played with. I had seen this image, this reflection, plenty of times before. Sometimes she looked tired. Sometimes she looked wild and frightened. Sometimes she looked wet. Sometimes she was crying, and sometimes she was laughing. This girl, in the window looking at me with wide eyes and a pale face, was always with me. I knew this girl well. So why did I think she was capable of this? Of going and following the order of a creature created of memory and magic as the moon shone down? Who was I to do this to her? To risk what I might be risking? This girl who did not really know all she could do, and who did not even remember some of the most key events of her life. This girl who looked at me now. Who was I to ask this of her? The reflection shimmered, and yet it seemed to solidify too. As the magic slowly left me and reality came crashing in, I felt myself steady and become surer of things. I would press on even if the road seemed so twisted and tangled that it was no road at all. I was Zoe of Angardevla, a princess, but also much, much more than that, and my weapons were honed to a fine edge. A task I had been given, and even if I doubted that task, I would see it accomplished. It was my duty, and I knew the weight of duty all too well. This was my face, my fate. This face looking back at me, with hair braided with silver and eyes the color of a stormy sea, was my face. It had always been my face, even when I had lived on earth, and now, as I fought in this land, that girl was me. That girl who doubted and feared and laughed and cried and made friends and was prone to all the anxieties of a teenager was me. My face, my choices, my memories, my life. I would go. Outside, the celebration continued, and I could hear the music. I could still hear the magic and the wind mixing with the instruments to create a melody so enchanting that it would haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. Sleep pulled at me, and soon, so soon, I found myself slipping into darkness. And yet, like a command, the words of the dragon echoed on and on. I could not forget, and I was beginning to believe that I could not disobey that order given with such urgency and desperation. Even that night, so far away from home, and even as exhausted as I was, I dreamed. This makes me look like a stuffed doll, I complained to the elegant dark-haired lady with the gleaming golden circlet. That lady was my mother, and she was currently sitting by the window as the fall sunlight streamed inside and illuminated the carpet of my bedroom. I was currently standing, very still, as a seamstress pined fabric around me and adjusted it. The decorative embroidery, delicate though it looked, scratched, and the bodice was uncomfortably tight. "It is not supposed to be comfortable," said my mother, as she turned her head ever so slightly to send me a sharp look with those eyes that were mirror images of my own. Though, while the color may have been the same, her eyes gleamed with the power of her station, and it only added to the cloak of elegant reserve that hung around her. Though right then, she might have been any other mother reminding their child of manners and proper behavior. "I do not want to wear something that makes me look so silly," I said as I gazed at my reflection in the floor-length mirror before me. Seamstress, used to such conversations when attending her queen and crown princess, said nothing and remained detached as she efficiently folded and tucked fabric. "Why must I wear it, Mama?" "Because," said my mother as she looked back outside, "you cannot always shirk your duties at court for the wild, my daughter. Rangering clothes are all fine and good, but they are hardly suitable for a dinner with the representatives of the Merchant Guild." She folded her hands neatly before her and did not glance at me. "A new dress is necessary." I asked the question desperately as I finally admitted what was bothering me. It was not the idea of wearing what would surely be a beautiful dress, but the idea I needed a new one when my wardrobe seemed to overflow with them. I had been living simply for the last few months and only venturing home when I was required to, and another dress was an extravagance I did not want to deal with then. The quiet seamstress finished her work and left with a quick curtsy, as if anxious to leave before this conversation turned into a duel of words. My mother sighed and turned to face me looking like she was close to gripping me by the shoulders and shaking me. I knew I drove her to distraction with some of exploits, and she was well aware that many of the more dangerous ones were kept hidden from her. She was just like any other mother watching as, not one but three of her children, went off to battle and took positions of command that were not only demanding, but would quickly strip them of their innocence. It made me feel incredibly guilty, and it was because of that, the fear I knew she felt for us, that I made every effort to return when I said I would hopefully in one piece, or at least send plenty of messages warning of my lateness, or giving reasons for why I could not come. "What shall I do with you, child?" asked my mother in a voice which was no longer as calm or reserved as it had been before. "Your absences and deeds have earned you the respect of the people, but the contempt of certain kings and lords. They use it to further their own arguments that your breaking of tradition is a sign that our house is no longer fit to rule as it has done for the past age." She moved forward until she was standing before me, and her eyes met mine, freezing me in place. "For once in your life, pretend these things matter to you. For a larger purpose you must, if we are to quell a rebellion before it has time to grow. Pretend to be like the other girls walking the halls, and not as if your only purpose is with a sword in your hand." "I understand, Mama," I said quietly as I lowered my gaze to the floor. "I am aware of it, and guessed at your motives when your missive arrived at the settlement." I raised my eyes and met my mother's which, as they always were when she was alone with her children, were completely devoid of the wall that divided her true emotions and identity from the life she lived as queen, a life lived in the public eye. "I shall do my best." I said the last line as if it was an apology and a promise to. My mother rested one of her cool, soft hands on the side of my cheek, and a very sad smile crossed her beautiful face. "I never worried about that." She paused and then added very quietly, "Never." Now I was in an elegant sitting room with comfortable chairs scattered about along with tall bookcases, a thick rug underfoot, and large windows that overlooked one of the numerous gardens tucked in various places around Cerdathel. Elegant carvings adorned the shut door, and as the dream grew clearer, I found myself not alone, but with my two brothers and Taryn. A pale blue dress swished around me, and I realized, quite suddenly, that I was both a great deal shorter than I now was, and that, according to the mirror, I was a great deal more childlike. It was the face of a 9-year-old girl who still had quite a bit of growing up to do, and had yet to learn any grace. My brothers were also quite a bit younger, though I suspected Pethard had probably started learning the sword. He grew rather insufferable and big-headed for a time after that. Eamund, who was still a young child, and Terran, who was the same age as Eamund, were both sitting on the same large chair. Pethod crossed his arms. You must walk like a fawn in the woods, not like a duck. I do not walk like a duck, I snapped. I like ducks, observed Eamund diplomatically. He was already, apparently, showing his skill at diffusing sibling quarrels at the young age of 6 or 7. My brother glanced sideways at Terran, who had his nose buried in a book, while his dark hair flopped down into his face. His young eyes were already serious, too serious for the young face they belonged to. There was something so charming about the way he read his book, as if it was the only thing that mattered in the world. Turning away, quite grumpy now, I snapped, "I'll just go then." My voice took on a huffy note as I began to stomp in a way that would have made my nurse frown darkly at me, towards the door, and hopefully away from such rude companions as my brother and cousin were proving to be. Throwing them a glance over my shoulder as I opened the door, I said, "I don't need to listen to boys natter on about ducks." "Your words are most unladylike," said Pethod, with a grin around the apple he had drawn from his pocket. I rolled my eyes, and as I shut the door, snapped back at him, "And you are just stuck up." His laughter followed me even as the dream descended into jumbled, random images. It was just as I was beginning to rise up towards waking that I heard that voice again. That voice that rumbled with fire and ancient power, a dragon's voice. "Hurry, Gleeder knows the way. Hurry. Be ready." Iragan was alone when he woke. He opened his eyes and found himself looking up at the ceiling of the rooms that both he and Saphira shared. The night still reigned outside, and the sounds of the elves' revels drifted in on the warm summer air, heavy and intoxicating. His body felt strange, as though a weight that he had been burdened with for too long had just been lifted, and he could, once more, walk tall and strong. Before he could reach out to her, she touched his mind, and once more he found himself wrapped in Saphira's warm mind. She radiated concern, and even though he soothed her as best he could, she still found reason to ask, "How are you?" Iragan considered the question for a long moment. He did not really know how he felt. Maybe alive. Maybe for the first time for a long time did he feel as if he could look at the world without the pain-tinted lens of Durza's curse haunting him. "I feel well. How long have I been out? What happened?" He only remembered vaguely stretching out his palm, his right hand, and offering it to the dragon created by the elves' magic. Then he thought the creature had touched the heart of his Jedwi Ignasia, and then pain. That was all he remembered. A pain so intense that he had been forced to retreat deep within himself as everything burned red and black. Only an hour. I was needed here to complete the ceremony. You should have seen the elves' reaction when you fainted. Nothing like this has occurred before. Zoe knew. Yes. She responded, and he sensed her unease, even though this was not the first time they had been reminded of their friend's knowledge and her commitment to silence. The two were silent, and then Saphira said, "Look in a mirror. Look and see what my race has given you. Then rest and recover, and I shall rejoin you at dawn." She withdrew and left him to slowly push himself upright. He had dressed in the formal tunic, leggings and boots gifted to him by the elves in honor of the celebration, and because of the silvery fabric with its delicate embroidery, he already had a slightly elvish cast to him. The reflection in the mirror, however, even though it was different than the face he had once worn only a few months ago, was not what he expected. He had expected the same slow changes that all human rider experienced when they were bound with a dragon, the slow sharpening and angling of his face. This was not what he saw now. The face that looked back at him was smooth and flawless, with the faint warm glow that hung around all elves, as if reminding the world of their resistance to aging and their affinity for magic. Now, after the changes wrought by the dragons, his face was smooth and angled, just like an elf's. His ears tapered to points, just like an elf, and his eyes were slanted. He looked no longer like a human, but a fair elven prince garbed for a formal dinner and dance. On closer inspection, he noticed that his face was a little too broad, a little too rugged, to be truly an elf's face. He was too fair to be called a human, but not quite fair enough to be an elf. It decided the rider with a faint smile suited him. Not one thing but something else, something that crossed the two races and understood what it meant to be them both. Yet there was something far more pressing than his face to worry about. With trembling fingers, Iragan reached around his neck in search of his scar. There was nothing, just smooth skin as if he had never felt the bite of Durza's blade or endured weeks of his curse. Tears, unbidden but full of gratitude and emotion, sprang to his eyes, and he found himself unable to fully grasp this sudden gift. He would never experience the agony of that wound again. Never would he be reminded of his failure to defend himself in the moment he truly needed to. That part of his life was behind him. It was a liberating feeling. Not only was his scar gone, but every other blemish that had marked his body like a record of some of his more reckless childhood adventures. From the scars that had reminded him of his first flight on Saphira, to the one he had gained while sharpening Garrow's scythe, to the small ones that any boy gained as they tumbled through childhood. He felt no regret. How could he? He had been given new lease on life, and the relief of being able to feel like himself once more was a gift he could never find words to properly describe. There was a little pain to think that no mark remained of his old life, but it was quickly quashed as his heart soared with freedom. No longer was he bound by shadow and pain. He was now a rider. It felt right to be like this. To look at his face now, even though it still looked so strange to him, felt like a journey had ended and a new one begun. It was time to shed the burdens of the past and start a new chapter, to look forward with eagerness and not regret. Iragan glanced outside. It was a beautiful evening, and it seemed as if everything was sharper, from the stars to the leaves to the very air that hummed with magic. He wanted to be outside and see the world with the sharpened clarity of elvish sight and touch and smell. It seemed a shame to spend the remaining hours of the night waiting for Saphira when he could be out and a part of the wild beauty of this night. It was a fading dream, a soap bubble, and he wanted to feel it so that, when the world grew dark, he would remember these moments of lightness and joy. Smiling, he descended from tree and walked the shadows of the tree city. He made no effort to engage with any of the elves he saw, though they greeted him as one of their own. It was nice, he reflected, to be accepted and not watched with eyes that flickered between pity, disappointment, or downright contempt. Now, for this moment, he was just one more person wandering the shadows as the celebration came to a close. He could have joined any one of the numerous little celebrations scattered through the city, but he did not. His aimless path led him past the Menoa tree, where he paused to watch Saphira amongst the festivities, though he did not reveal himself to those in the glade. He merely admired his partner of mind and heart as she shone brightly with a mix of magic and her own happiness. Beside was the golden bulk of her mentor, Glida, and to see them both was like a vision of what past celebrations must have been like when the riders still ruled. Saphira noticed him, but said nothing, understanding that he wished to be alone with the new sensations and emotions flowing through him. There was no sign of Zoe, and he wondered where she was. It was then, as he began to wander away, that he realized Arya had also left the glade. She was walking slowly through the forest, her icy blue gown flickering in the starlight. He followed her a little ways into the forest, to the point where one felt as if they had stepped back into the natural wild, where there was no magic heavy on the air, and the music was muffled by leaves and trunks. The princess came to a stop in a clearing and raised her pale face to look up at the bright night sky with its thousands of stars. She looked fey to him than more than she had ever looked before, as unreachable as the highest star in the sky, all cold in her sparkling beauty. Iragan paused. He could make his presence known, or he could leave. He could allow the elf he called a friend this moment of quiet away from the wild magic and swirling music of the Menoa tree, or he could show her the change that he had just undergone. But he wanted to speak with her, to show her what had happened, and so, calming himself, he emerged into the open space between the dark trunks. Arya spun when she heard him, and her eyes widened in a mix of shock and utter amazement. Her dress swirled around her in a cloud of palest blue, and her hair, gleaming with silver and jewels, caught the moonlight and flashed. "Iragan," she murmured in a voice so soft that he needed his newly heightened hearing to catch the faint words. "What has happened to you?" Iragan sensed she did not mean to say it that way, that the question was something she had not meant to say, but to see him like this had been something she had not counted on even in her dreams. He shrugged. "I do not really know." Was the truth. Whatever had happened to him was not something he knew how to describe. Besides, he was suddenly aware of how alone they both were. He could see the individual little jewels and strands of silver in Arya's hair, and he could nearly taste the scent of the wild flowers. The elf princess searched his face, her verdant green eyes looking for something in his face, but she did not seem to find it. Instead, on soft feet, she moved closer to him and came to a stop just a few feet away. What now? She sounded unsure to him, as if not sure where they now stood, and so, for the first time, Arya looked to him even though he was so young and so untried. Eragon looked up at the stars and wondered why they could look so unchanging even as his world was sent to pieces and then rebuilt in such a different way. When he found his voice, he knew his answer offered little comfort or assurance, for he had none to give. He knew as much, if not less, than Arya did about the entire situation. We go on. What happens now I cannot say. He felt older now. He was less worried about proving himself. It was as if the insecurities that had burdened him and made it hard for him to act without wondering if he would fail had suddenly been lifted from him. On this night, he was just Eragon. He was a person who had found peace with the past and the future, and so was able to just to exist in the present. There was nothing to prove and nothing to defend, but all to gain. His blood pounded with magic, and his eyes seemed to find simple beauty wherever he looked. Arya sighed softly and then gestured towards the woods. Let us walk, she murmured. The night is almost spent, and I shall be leaving soon. Her words were heavy, and while he knew she had to go, he did not like the idea, but as he took her arm, he said none of that. Duty called to her just as duty told him that he had to stay and complete the remainder of his training. Arm in arm with Arya, Eragon walked the dense woods that echoed with enchanting music. They said nothing, but both of them were completely aware of the other's presence and found comfort in it. This was the last night they could walk together, saying nothing and not worrying about the future. Both intended to make the most of it. They stopped on the bank of a narrow stream. It was a clear stream and as cold as one of the mountain streams that made their way through the mountains of Eragon's childhood. Bright rocks glittered on its bottom and fish darted this way and that in the cool water. Young willow trees grew along the banks of the stream, and there was something both ageless and free to this place. Arya removed her arm from his, and he turned to look at her ageless face. He said nothing, for he did not know what to say or how to say it. Sometimes, he had come to learn, it was better to say nothing and let all the words that could never describe what he really felt fade away. The elf seemed to be searching his face, and he saw both trepidation and sadness in her eyes, as if she too knew that whatever friendship they had enjoyed during their time together before the celebration had come to a close. Now he, Eragon, was changed, and the world was speeding up. No longer could they walk together and speak of little things. Now they were going to war. It was that simple and so complicated. Fare thee well, Eragon, Shadeslayer, said Arya, and her words echoed in the clearing. Fare thee well, Arya Drottning. He replied, and the farewell seemed so formal, too much like one of Zoe's lessons, and not like something he wanted Arya to leave remembering. So he took her hand and said softly, Thank you for. He found he did not know how to finish it. There was so much he wanted to thank her for, and yet he did not know how to say any of it. Her hand, rough from swords, was warm within his own calloused one. Arya smiled a little. You do not need to thank me. Her words were soft, and her eyes were deep pools of green. I wish to thank you for your friendship. The elf turned to face slightly away and looked to the opposite bank of the stream. We will meet again soon. To meet again soon and once more see and speak with the elf princess was enough for Eragon. He knew that the friendship between him and the elf was one of the greatest treasures in his life, and he would never let it go willingly. Both of them had things to do and places to be, but that did not mean they would not once more see and speak with the other. This was not the end. This was merely the continuation of that friendship, and Eragon knew he would come to rely heavily on the calm words of Arya as the world grew too dark for him to find his way. Suddenly there was no feeling of loss or regret, but only the joy that comes from knowing that there is someone you can count on, someone who you trust enough to give you the truth no matter what. Arya turned back, and he saw his own feelings mirrored in her green eyes. There was nothing more to say, and so, once more arm in arm, the two left the ageless clearing. They walked side by side, and as they walked, the moonlight glinted off of them until they shone and sparkled among the dark trees. Murtagh rocked back and felt as if his head was spinning. No, no, no. How could he be such a complete fool? How could they have all been so deceived? What now? The Varden needed to be mobilized, and he needed. His thoughts were spinning from one thing to thing until he forcibly slowed his racing mind and forced his face to remain clear. To confirm Vivian's words, he breathed out with soft horror. Galbatorix is mustering an army. Yes, murmured Vivian, and she rested a hand on his shoulder. They were standing in front of the map, and the girl had just showed him, using thumbtacks, the movements of the Empire and how the army, numbering close to 100,000, was being summoned and which direction it would travel. Now you see, she said, and her voice turned bitter. You will all be destroyed. No, he snapped, and anger helped clear his head. No, we will not all be destroyed. He drew away from her hand and faced her head on as if to challenge not only the dark truth in her words, but everything that she stood for. Anything else I should know? I have told you all I can, she said softly. There was a loophole in my oaths that allowed me to tell you of the army movements and their battle plans. That is all I can share. She paused and then said even softer, I do not want to think too hard on it, or it might become impossible for me not to try and kill you. Her gaze had a frightened glint to it, and Murtagh knew she was walking a fine line, just as he walked a line so thin that it was hard to know if he still walked it. Not even where the rest of the Black Hand is. He asked it with a faint smirk, but he was surprised by the answer she gave. Besides me, she gestured at herself with one grimy hand, you only have one more commander to capture. We are the last in either Serda or this part of the Empire. If you destroy the two of us, then the weaklings we control will be scattered to the wind and unable to act with any decisive action. They rely on us for orders and do not know how to contact other members. She paused briefly and then continued. That does not mean there are not those who are inside the Varden, but we have no one in any positions of high command. I cannot share their names, but they rely on us to transfer information. He nodded and looked out the grimy, cracked window that was the only source of light. Where is he? She shrugged and said quietly, he should be coming here within the hour. Her gaze sharpened, and suddenly Murtagh felt wary, just as he had felt when he knew she was about to suggest something completely crazy. You could hide here and... Her voice trailed off suggestively. Then leave and report back to your commander. She said the word commander as if it was a joke. It was as if she guessed that his loyalty did not truly belong to Naswada. He considered it and looked around the room. The couch would make the best hiding place, and it would not be too difficult if he could only be sure that Vivian was actually on his side. So far she had been honest. He knew her well enough to know when she was lying, but that did not mean it would extend to protecting him. Did he stay and remove this threat, or did he go and hope that another chance would present itself? But just as he opened his mouth to speak, they both froze. Vivian's dark green eyes widened, and she grabbed his arm and yanked him towards the couch, her fingernails digging into his arm as her grip tightened with fear. Hide, she hissed in his ear as she pushed him towards the narrow gap between the piece of furniture and the wall. For at the same moment, they had both sensed the presence of someone else, someone powerful and assured moving closer to this house, to them. The presence was still faint, still too far away to really identify, but he sensed that it, like Vivian, was not the mind of a commoner, but the dangerous, scheming mind of someone used to games of power. It was coming closer, and whoever it was would soon be here. Drawing his mind together, Murtagh did his best to conceal his presence, even though he doubted it would work. Squeezing himself into the narrow gap, he removed the long, thin dagger that was slipped up his sleeve. The sound of someone moving below drifted up through the floorboards, and from a small hole that went through the fabric of the couch, Murtagh watched as Vivian smoothed her dress and took a seat on the window frame. She looked completely relaxed, and Murtagh rather admired the ease with which she drew on a hard, cold mask that concealed her fear and bitterness. Footsteps could be heard, and then, with loud creaking noises, the sound of someone jumping and then catching something before pulling themselves up. Then footsteps again, and then, appearing in the door, came the figure of a middle-aged man. He was not particularly striking in dark clothes that were neat, but had the air of nearly been worn out. Neat grey hair, cut simply, with pale blue eyes and a rather big nose. Yet, even if at first glance he did not look at all dangerous, to Murtagh the greatest danger lay in that simple disguise that was so easy to overlook, but so hard to create. Whoever he was, however he had become this person, This man had never been on one of the lists of spies Murtagh had seen. That meant he was a new recruit or had somehow escaped Murtagh's attention or memory. This was no amateur nor a professional gone soft, but someone as deadly as Vivian herself. How was he supposed to dispose of this person quietly? "Vivian," came a silky, soft voice, and the man inclined his head to the young woman who watched him by the window. "Lucian," said the young woman in an almost bored voice. "What is it?" She might have been sitting doing needlework in a palace, not sitting on a grimy windowsill in a decrepit house. "We have lost many today," said Lucian. There was a grim look to him now, and he moved forward on silent feet until he was just a few feet away from where Murtagh was hidden. "The Varden are on our trail. The new spy master is clever and quite willing to play at our level." "So?" asked Vivian coldly. "They are still blind to the truth. The Varden will soon be destroyed." The girl tapped a finger against the wood but said nothing more. "That may be," said the spy master, and then with a heavy sigh he cast his gaze around the room and then seemed to decide the sofa was the best sitting place. "We still have to find the boy." The words sent a chill through Murtagh, for he knew that boy most likely meant him. The man sank into the sofa and leaned back, making the furniture creak and forcing Murtagh to press even harder against the wall as the gap was narrowed considerably. Vivian, meanwhile, was looking bored, and when she spoke each word dripped sarcasm. "So, that is your specific task, Lucian. You seemed quite certain you could succeed on your own." Murtagh knew he had to act, and act now. He needed to act before the spy realized that there was someone hiding behind the very back of the piece of furniture that he was sitting on, and that, most importantly, that the person was he, Murtagh. The knife was poised in Murtagh's hand, and he steadied his already soft breathing until he was ready. Counting in his mind to 3, and then he sprang from the narrow gap and sent a mental spear towards the spy as he threw the blade. The spy cried out in surprise and sent his own wave of mental attack towards Murtagh, but he was a fraction too late. He was just that fraction of a second too late to save his own life. The blade, thrown with deadly aim, found the man's heart, and a second later the fight was over and Murtagh felt his heart hammering in his chest. He had been killing that day, and he hated it. He hated the way the dying breath rattled in a person's throat as their eyes glazed over and the blood began to spread. It sent a cold chill through him, and he wondered, like he always did, if he was just another Morzan, just another killing machine that would never be free. Murtagh glanced over at Vivian and saw that she was rather pale. The girl raised her eyes and met his gaze. With a faint, shaky laugh, she said, "That was fast." "I had to be fast," said Murtagh as he glanced back at the dead man. "He would have realized I was there any moment. I'm surprised he didn't the moment he walked in." "I know," she murmured, and then slipped from her seat. "Now what?" "I need to go," said Murtagh, but even as he said so, he looked at Vivian. She was the last commander, and Galbatorix would know she had betrayed him the second he took a moment to look in on his Black Hand organization in Serda. What now? To leave her was to leave a dangerous enemy, and worse, a friend behind. She was a friend who had helped him many times before and had just done so again. Murtagh did not know what to do or what to say. Vivian gestured at the window. "Come, I will show you the way back." She turned away, and yet they both knew that they needed to come to some sort of agreement. They both knew they could not keep going like this and not confront the very real issue that everything has a price, and Vivian's actions were especially expensive for her. Murtagh bit his tongue and knew that, for now, he would have to follow her and hope that an answer would present itself. Revised 2/6/2014. 52, Chapter 54. I woke as the dawn light spread its warmth across my bed. The bright light streaming in through the windows and casting dazzling sparkles across the room and rousing me from my sunlight was bright and cheerful, just as it was after a thunderstorm when the world feels new again and bursting with life, with promise of future prosperity. I groggily pushed myself upright and looked outside at the garden where the flowers were open. The sheets fell back, and I shivered slightly as the cool morning air touched my bare skin. I knew I had to leave the warmth of my bed and begin my day, but it was hard. So often recently I had woken up this way and known that my day would be peaceful, not full of things heavy with fate. I left my bedroom as soon as I dressed. The palace was very quiet, and I seemed to be the only one able to brave the brilliant sunlight and venture outside. My head felt a little fuzzy, but sleep had done much to clear it, and I felt rather normal considering I had been celebrating elven style for the past 3 days. I had literally been dancing from sunset to sunrise and back again. I had the feeling that Aragon and Saphira would also be recovering this day, and I half wondered what had happened between him and Arya. Had the time spent teaching him of the proper time and place for words stuck and saved their friendship? Or had he told her of his true feelings and frightened her enough for her to cut everything off? Had she chosen to leave without even a goodbye? I could not be sure, but I hoped something had interfered. My feet took me along the path from the palace to the place I knew I had to visit first. Things could wait, but first I had to talk with Oramis and Glida, and I ran down the path towards the crags of Telner. I had walked this path every day since Oramis had first invited me to his cottage, and I knew the twists, the turns, and the trees that lined it to the point that I did not really need to watch where I was going. I hoped, for I knew how weak Oramis was, that he would be able to speak with me. The magic of the celebration could not have been easy for him, and the better I had come to know him, the more I saw how he struggled to maintain his current level of health. Aragon and Saphira could not have come any later if they wanted to train with Elf Rider and his golden companion. What could I say? Did I tell him everything right from the start, about how the story of Aragon and Saphira had made its way through the gates into Earth? How I had learned it during my brief stay there, and then carried all that knowledge here? I had to explain that before I told them of my mission. If I did not explain it, then Oramis would not understand the full implications of this act, this change of the pattern, and I needed his advice. I needed Glida's help, and I had the distinct feeling that they knew what this arch was. I emerged from the trees into the sunny clearing that opened up in front of the small cottage. The leaves on the trees fluttered in the summer breeze, and the picture might have belonged in an impressionist water-color. It was so tranquil. Though I doubted any Monet or Pizarro would have placed a golden dragon or silver-haired elf in a water-color. For Glida was stretched out on the green grass, his golden eyes gazing out at the horizon, and beside him in a chair was Oramis in his familiar white robes that could have been an advertisement for stain removal. They stayed so pristine. It was hard to look at them, they were so blinding. I stepped forward, unsure if they were aware of my presence or not. Before I could speak, Oramis did in his clear, bell-like voice. Zoe! He did not look my way even as I stepped up beside him and inclined my head, first to the rider, and then to the golden dragon who blinked once at me. Oramis Elder, I said quietly as the rider at last turned his ancient stare to me. His eyes were weary, and I saw the lines of exhaustion on his face, along with a pained glint too. An urge to provide some sort of comfort grew within me, but I knew that the rider would not appreciate that. He did not want to be treated like an invalid, even though my heart ached to do something for him that would ease the burden he bore. "Why are you here?" asked the rider as he shifted slightly in the chair. Before I could answer, Glida rumbled in my mind, "Sit upon my front claw. I think you plan to speak for some time." I smiled my thanks and sat down on the warm golden paw, drawing my knees to my chest as I did so. The grey eyes continued to gaze unwaveringly at my face. "I need to tell you something, and if I am to do that, you need to promise me that you will guard the secret I share with you until the end of all things. You have to trust me on this." My voice was quiet, but firm, and I saw the rider's eyes widen slightly at the seriousness of them, at the promise I wanted from them both. They were silent for a gratifying short period of time. "We promise," said the two together, and the strength in those two words made me rock slightly. They hummed with power and truth. For a moment I wondered at it and the wisdom of asking a promise from them. Tension was making it hard for me to sit still, and my heart rate seemed unnaturally fast. I felt as if I was about to engage in a fight, though there was no fight. It is hard to tell such a thing. It is hard to look at someone you have not told the truth to and tell them. It is hard to tell a truth that you have long hidden and protected. I had to tell it now, and for all I wanted to, I would rather never have placed this burden on their shoulders. Gathering my voice and the words I needed to speak, I began. I began at the start. I began with a book with a picture of a blue dragon and how that book led to another and another. How an author, a young one, had created an entire universe based around a land called Alagaesia. I told them how that book was fiction and why I had been sent to read it, why reading that book had been important enough for me to live on Earth. How already I had seen much of what occurred in the books happen around me, and even more importantly, what had changed either because of my meddling or merely because of my presence. When I fell silent, the sun was bright above us, and my throat was dry from speaking so much, and the brief moments in which I could not restrain the emotion that such things roused in me. "What happens again," said Oramis, "if Galbatorix succeeds?" The elf was very calm, his face implacable, and yet I could see faint lines of tension in the way he sat so still upon the chair. He was merely concealing his true emotions, and as for Glida, the dragon had said nothing during my speech and gave no sign of what he might be feeling. "Then everything is lost," I said quietly. "Not only in this world, but in all the myriad worlds and universes. Billions of lives, tens of billions, will be lost." It was a heavy statement, but I was committed to telling the full truth, even if that truth frightened me more than anything ever had. "And you know the future." It was statement, not a question. "I know one future. In that future, that strand of time, things worked out. How do you know to trust this information?" I sighed heavily and nervously clasped my hands before me. "I do not know. I can only hope. I have seen evidence that it is true and that the future I know does happen like it did in the books. I have meddled, but I knew you were here and that Brahm was meant to die." My voice trailed off, and images flashed before my eyes of a stormy night in which I had ridden to my friend's defense, of how I had felt while I waited for Oramis and Glida to appear as I stood beside the queen and her courtiers. I had not always believed things would happen like they had in the books, but for the most part they had. The elf reached out and placed one of his thin, dry hands over top of my own, clasped ones, and I was forced to meet his eyes and confront him in a way I had been reluctant to do after such a speech. I gazed into his ancient, kind face and waited for what seemed an age. "I understand," he said. "I can see why you never spoke of it before, and while I sensed something hidden about you, I never guessed it was of this magnitude. You will go and risk fate for this task." I met Oramis's grey eyes and said quietly, "The tides of fate are flowing, Oramis Elder. I would not turn away now. Even if it means the end of you," he asked. "The end of all of us." I looked out and saw the sun, and I saw the pale sky stretching out in a great dome. I turned once more and gazed at the elf. I saw him clearly then, as if I could see beyond his implacable mask of calm reason and empathy. He was tall, like all elves were, and his silver hair fell in a rippling waterfall. There was no sign of age in his face until one looked into his eyes, and then you could see it. They were clear and bright, and yet profound, with uncounted memories within them. Still, despite this and the frail look to his face, he sat erect and proud. "I will go," and the words fell from my lips like heavy stones as they had the last time I had turned and made a choice that could save or shatter a world. "I will go and see what may." I knew as I had known many times before. I turned to face things I had not wanted to face until now, and I made my peace with them. Glida lowered his head to meet my gaze and said, in a voice as final as my own, "I will go with you." "Thank you," I told him. "I know you do not want to." He chuckled, and suddenly I felt as if I understood a little better who he was and how the long years had made him hunger for purpose and adventure once more. He was a dragon, not a treasure to be fawned over and guarded until the end of time. Even without his one front leg, he was still mighty and as dangerous as a tidal wave held back until it breaks through the walls that restrain it. This chance to steal back a dragon egg was exactly what he wanted to do. It was a chance for both him and his rider to fly with a purpose and strike back against the ruler who had taken so much from them. "But I do," said the dragon, and we both understood then. Oramis sighed heavily. "We must speak with Islanzardi before anything is done." "I know," I said as I turned to look once more out across the cliffs toward the line where sky met forest in a shimmer of blue and green. "But no one else. It is too heavy a secret for me to share easily with others. I do not word either of my knowledge or of my quest to go beyond a select group of people." "What is your plan?" asked the elf. "You have no way of reaching Mawson's keep and no idea of what waits for you there." His voice was quiet, and yet it was honest to demanding an answer that was true and well thought out. I had none to give. I have no plan, I said quietly. I do not know what waits for me. I can only trust in the message that I was given. It was a poor answer, and I hated it. I hated all of this, because I did not know enough, and I had not known enough for a long time. Gathering myself together, I continued and ignored the doubts that tried to creep in like shadowy tendrils. The dragons showed me an arch, a place in Du Weldenvarden. Do you know of it? I looked from Glida to Oramis as they fell silent in a way that told me they were speaking to each other and knew of what I spoke. We know of it, said Glida quietly, and the words were uncharacteristically hesitant. The place you speak of, said Oramis seriously, is forgotten by most elves. It is a remnant of some distant time, before elves and humans came here. How it came to be there, and how it works has never been discovered. The elf drummed his long fingers against the chair and continued. Whatever it is, the riders of old avoided it. My mind was racing. It was racing down a line of thought of possibilities, and suddenly I understood through some instinctual understanding. It was an understanding backed by a memory of something similar in my world, a kind of gate that had taken me from one world to another as easily as jumping into a still pool. How convenient. If this place, this arch that led nowhere, was what I thought it was, then I was one step closer to accomplishing the task set before me. My heart was thrumming with excitement, and I felt as someone had just handed me a key to one of the problems I faced. I was one step closer. I know what it is. I breathed out the words, and Oramis looked at me with surprise. It's a gate. I continued, my words coming faster now. It is a gate that I can use to get to the egg and then to get back. I looked at Glida. You can take me there, and I will go on alone. Oramis sighed once more. Islanzudi will not let you go if she finds you have no plan and no idea of what waits for you. I have to go, I said firmly. The dragons showed me the way, and I know what I must do. Glida rumbled deep in his throat. I will take you there and wait for you to return. If the memory of my kin showed you the way, then would not have done so lightly. You must trust to them and let them guide your footsteps. I looked at the dragon and felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his endless support and continued belief in the message given to me. It is awesome to have a dragon on your team, especially if the opposite side includes a ice queen and your own insecurities. Will Islanzudi be able to see me? I asked Oramis, and the rider sent me a long, suffering, worried glance that made me feel both guilty and more determined than ever. Could she come here? I will send for her now, said the rider. I can only hope she will be willing to listen to what you have to say. Tough for her, I said right back, because through the following meeting with Queen, in which she questioned every little detail, I knew I would go whether she said yes or no. And perhaps because I was so certain of what I was doing, the Queen of Du Weldenvarden gave in and agreed. She did not like it, but she didn't have a choice. None of us really had a choice anymore. They hurried from alley to alley, street to street. Never once did they utter a word to each other nor pause in their twisting streets of this part of the city, like an endless labyrinth that threatened to turn them around and lead them back to the house on the dark street, where a dead man lay in his own blood and street dogs fought over an old bone. Murtagh knew they were close to the palace. The streets had begun to subtly change from the lowest of low to slightly more middle class, and soon they would be coming up on the back of the wall that encircled the palace. Once there, well, he had no idea what to do. He did not know how to deal with the painful truth that was Vivian could not escape free, for sooner or later she would once more face him, and there would be no loopholes in her oaths to prevent her from acting as the king wanted her to. Could he knowingly let her go? Could he watch another friend be lost to the king? She would face unimaginable pain and tortures he did not dare think of, and when Galbatorix was finished, there would be nothing of the friend he had grown up with. Even now, only shreds of that girl remained, and they were bitter shreds. Vivian, he murmured as they came to a stop at the end of the alley they had been traveling down. A slime-covered wall rose in front of them and was all that separated them from the last street before the wall that surrounded the palace. Vivian, he said again as she ignored him. We need to speak now. He grabbed her arm and pulled her against the wall and met her gaze with his own. Her face was bloody and weary, but there was also a spark of adrenaline in her eyes, which seemed to be all she was running on. It was a face pale with exhaustion, and he too was so weary that it took all of his determination to keep his senses operating on the level they needed to be at if they were to escape detection. His voice was level, quiet, and carried all the authority of someone who knows of what they speak. It carried weight and power that she could not escape, nor could she deny the truth of those words despite the way they cut her. Perhaps you are the sort who would sacrifice yourself on the altar of principle, but I doubt it. Most of us do things for reasons that are more purely personal, for love or for hate or for revenge. Where had those words come from? Why did he speak them to her now? He did not know any more. He did not care. He just wanted this to be over. The words were spilling out of him, and he could not stop them. He could not stop time, and he could not stop fate and turn it to another curse. He was helpless. Vivian met his gaze. "You are right," she whispered softly. "You can read people so easily, Murtagh." Her gaze was defeated. There was no hope in her green irises, no light, and she looked old and so weary. "You always knew what to do and why it had to be done." "No," he said. "I really don't know anything." The young man spread his hands out in front of him in a gesture of defeat, of hopeless admittance that fate was stronger and a once unbreakable will had been shattered. "I don't know why any of this is happening, nor why you and I are sitting here like this. I don't know why you did all of this or why you choose to help me. I can't know." He fell silent and met her eyes, and the silence lengthened as neither said anything. "I hope she knows how lucky she is," said Vivian with a bitter smile. "How lucky to have you." Her words did not carry any sting or acid, but rather a terrible sadness and defeat. There was something chilling, so horrifyingly cold and desperate about not caring, about just not caring. He stared at her, and then suddenly he realized what she meant. "I." He opened his mouth to continue, but she cut across him. Her eyes glittered with deep pain, with resignation, and he suddenly realized he would rather face an army than see someone come to the very end of their strength. Vivian was done, her fire quenched, and her heart broken as she sat there, in front of him, in a dark alley. Worse, it was partly his fault. It was the fault of fate, of love, of a king and choices they had both made without knowing where those choices would lead them. "I hope she realizes it," continued the young woman. She grabbed his hands and held them tightly in her own slim but filthy hands. The blood from the wound on her arm trailed down and wound through their fingers like red ribbon, binding them together but also separating them. "This must end," she whispered softly. "I must end." "No," he whispered. "No. There is a way, I am sure." He knew what she intended to do, what she intended to ask him to do, and he would not face it. He could not bear to do it, and so he gripped her hands tightly and refused to let go even as she tried to remove them. "Yes," she said, "I will do this one last thing. I will do it for you." "No," he whispered, for he suddenly realized that he did not want to lose her. He loved her like a sister, a dear friend, and he could bear to lose her like this. Who knew that love could cut so? Yet like so many times before he had to let her go, he had never known how much he loved her until he had to let her go. "You cannot have everything," said Vivian with a bitter smile. "You cannot have me in your freedom. You cannot have me in her. You cannot have me in the Varden. Besides, I want to be free. I want this cruel joke of a life to end. I am a coward, but I won't lie. I won't go to death lying. I've done it enough." His mind was moving quickly from option to option, but before he could speak, she cut him off. "He will know. He always knows, and so I must die. If I die, then the Varden will be safe for a little while longer. You will be safe. I will have what I always wanted, freedom. Do you know something? They sent me here because I am such a good liar, but I can't do it anymore." Her gaze unguarded, and her words steady even as she spoke, so softly he had leaned forward a little to catch them. "What is her name?" The question caught him off guard, and he fought to speak past the lump in his throat. "Zoe," he whispered. "Her name is Zoe." A smile, a small tragic smile, drifted across Vivian's face. "Zoe," she said the name. "Who is she?" It seemed so strange to be speaking of such things here, and with this young woman, but he answered, and it warmed his heart a little to speak of the girl who was rarely out is his thoughts. "She is strong. She is her own person," and his voice caught. "She cannot stay here. Her fate is not with me." Vivian shook her head. "Fight for her. Do not let your choices be dictated by something you do not know. For my sake." Her smile turned shaky, and her green eyes were bright with unshed tears. "For my sake, live well. Experience all that this world has to offer for her, for me, and for you." He had never seen her before now, and it seemed tragic that only now did he see her as she really was. Brave and beautiful, she was but lonely and desperate for something that had always been just out of reach. One moment flying green through sunlight, and then next gone. Out, out, brief candle. "It isn't fair," whispered Murtagh. "Why this? Why us?" Vivian just smiled, and he knew she had no answer, and neither did he. Only Zoe had some answers, but she did not know the answer to this one. There were no answers, and in the end, they were nothing more than dust and shadows across the pages of history. Shadows that would flicker and go out not even remembered. Sacrifices made on dark streets and in isolated rooms that would never be spoken of. Things done by people who no one cared about, and if they did care, it was a fleeting thing. "Goodbye," said the young woman, and she squeezed his hands tightly. She leaned forward and went to kiss him on the cheek, but he did not let her. Maybe he wished to know what they could have had, or maybe he sensed that it was better to give her something to remember him by, and this did not seem much to him. Maybe. Who knows in the end? Letting go of her hands, he gently gripped her face and kissed her. It was a desperate kiss. A kiss in which her tears ended up on his face, and the taste was of metallic blood, salt, and metal. It did not last long, they did not have long, but it was a kiss. It was a kiss full of longing, a kiss that tested the waters, but knew it was merely a fleeting thing and never could be repeated. It was a bitter kiss, and yet it was warm and full of the friendship and hope that had kept them both alive in the cage that they had lived in. "Goodbye," whispered Murtagh as he drew back. She slipped her hand to his belt and drew the knife, a long knife with a simple hilt and a deadly blade. His knife, a thing left over from his life in Eurobeen. Galbatorix would recognize it and put two and two together to equal that it had been him to kill her. He would not know the true reasons, but that did not matter because the king could not understand such things, such reasons. It had killed men that day, and its blade bore traces of rusty blood. He would not carry it again. "Go," said Vivian. "Do not stay for this." He went to protest, to say that he would not leave now after all of this, but she stopped him. "Don't disobey me on this, Murtagh. Go, now." She bit her lower lip and said softly, "Remember me not like this, but as I once was. This is not a bad thing, Murtagh. It is a chance for me to be free." Maybe she was trying to make him understand, but she did not need to. He already did, and had he been her, he would have done the same thing, and maybe he would have to sometime in the future. The world was cold, and too much had been given. The chance to be free of it all, the relief that would offer, was too tempting, and if that came and one could save more than yourself, it was an easy choice. Vivian could save the Varden, she could save him, and she could be free. How he hated it. "I will never forget you," he said in ancient language. It was a promise to stand against the current of time, a promise that would haunt him until he too found death. He would never forget the rank smell, the damp air, and the blood that stained his hands, no matter how much time and distance was put between him and that moment, that choice that ended all other choices. His voice caught as he spoke the next words, but he forcibly steadied them as if he would not do her the dishonor of breaking now. "I shall make sure you are placed somewhere free." She smiled, but there was no more words in any language that could be said between them now. So he turned away. So he left the alley and did not look back. He would always wonder if he had stayed, if she would have done what she did. If they could have found another solution, if Brahm or Arya or anyone, could have found another solution to a situation that, he knew in his heart, had only one answer. Someone, whether it was he or Vivian, had to go. There could not be two of them. Galbatorix had made it impossible to escape his cage, and he had unknowingly left just one small loophole. A loophole that he and left open because Vivian was a spy and supposed to kill herself rather than be captured and give up secrets that were others to tell. It was that little loophole, a loophole that ended with a cliff into nothing, which would save them now, if dying could save anything. Murtagh walked determinedly forward. He felt numb. He was lost, and yet he was not stopping. He was moving as if he was thinking, as if this was all part of the plan. As if he actually knew what he was doing, and not as if he was just a young man who had seen too much and had no home to run to. Revised 2/6/2014. 53, Chapter 55. It had been during a debate, a fierce debate too, that everything changed. Brahm's face was fixed in a scowl, and Naswada was trying to resist the urge to snap as the discussion of rations turned into an argument about mobilizing the Varden's troops and preparing for open combat. It was fueled by her recent brush with death after a failed assassination attempt that afternoon. Brahm had then disappeared where she did not yet know, only to return in a strangely anxious mood he refused to explain. Their argument was ended, quite abruptly, by a surprise visitor who appeared in a completely unorthodox fashion from behind an ornate tapestry that covered one wall of the study. Throwing the corner of the tapestry aside emerged Murtagh. It was the strangest time to muse on such things, but the shock of his arrival had that effect on Nasorda as she found herself gazing at him in shock. She had liked him the first time she had met him, and might have had more serious feelings had it not been perfectly clear that he was entirely in love with Zoe. His eyes followed her where she went, and his voice changed when he spoke to her. Naswada's old nursemaid had once said in amusement that boys in love looked at their girl as if they were the only star in the sky, and that was the way Murtagh looked at Zoe. Even if Zoe seemed rather oblivious to it, or maybe she was just unwilling to admit that friendship had progressed to something deeper. Not that Naswada resented it at all. Zoe was beautiful with clear, startling eyes and gleaming dark hair. Besides, Naswada did not want a romance, and she could think of no two people better suited for each other. In fact, if she did consider a romance, it would have to be to someone who would strategically benefit the Varden. It was the unfortunate truth, and Naswada was more than willing to face it. If anything, she found him confusing, so hopelessly confusing. When he was amused, the emotion never seemed to pass beyond the surface of his face, as if he found the world both infinitely funny and tragic all at the same time. As if the darkness of the world was something to be laughed at, it was a quality she had never seen before, and she wondered what had made him that way. She knew nothing of his parentage, only that he had been raised in Urubine and spent his life as a ward of the king. How or why, she had never felt was her place to ask. Now, however, his hair was sticky with blood, and his hands coated in it too. In fact, he was speckled in it, and Naswada thanked whoever had allowed for the secret passages within the castle's wall that allowed Murtagh to move unseen to her study from the streets outside the castle's walls. Brahm put his hand up and raised the young man's face, his hand cupping Murtagh's chin and turning it toward him. Murtagh was taller, but the look of someone wishing to pass a burden off was clear in his face. It was simple relief that Brahm was there. "Brahm," he said quietly. His voice shook with a strange emotion, and Naswada had the feeling that he was on the verge of shattering, though why or how was a mystery. "Brahm, it is done." "How?" asked the old man. "Does it matter?" asked Murtagh quietly. "It is done." Brahm said nothing for a long moment. "Very well," he said quietly. "Can you tell us any more?" Standing from her chair and moving around the desk, Naswada said, "What is happening?" Murtagh met her gaze, his eyes dark, and she half wondered if she should have asked the question. Murtagh looked back to Brahm and said quietly, "The Varden is safe for now. Leaderless and scattered, they cannot attack us now." Then, in the same very even tone, "The Varden needs to move. The Empire is amassing an army." Knowing she had, yet hating it to, Naswada stepped forward and spoke. "Orin must hear this. We need to prepare now." Her voice echoed slightly in the high-ceiling study where, just a few hours ago, she had nearly been killed by a poisoned dart. It had only been Brahm's wards that had saved her. Murtagh just nodded. Brahm moved hurriedly to the door, and Naswada sank back into the chair she had leapt up from when Murtagh had burst into the room. The young man looked around, and then settled for leaning against the window frame, looking as if he was 2 seconds away from collapsing from exhaustion. She wanted to question him more and find out what had happened to him, but she held her tongue. He needed these quiet moments before Orin arrived with cavalcade of questions, all directed at him. Besides, Naswada's mind was wording with just the brief words Murtagh had spoken. Suddenly she felt as if everything was speeding up out of control, and she was struggling to keep herself together. The Empire was moving to attack them. How had this escaped them? What kind of power did it take to create illusions of men in barracks, while in reality those men were preparing for war? The questions buzzed around in her head, unanswerable and yet urgent too. The door suddenly opened, with Brahm entering first, and then the King of Surda. Murtagh looked at the new arrivals before once more turning his gaze to some distant point on the opposite wall. His face was impassive, and yet the young leader could see the subtle signs of tension around his mouth and eyes. She doubted he would be able to stand the king of Serda for long. It would be up to Nasodda to keep this meeting brief, and to the point if only for Murtagh's sake. "What is happening?" demanded the king as he swept his elegant robes around himself so as to sit on one of the empty chairs without wrinkling them. The king of Serda had a kind face, and despite all the strain of these past few months, he had retained a little of his inherent nature to believe and trust. In another time, a less violent one, he would have been an easy king to respect, but now Naswadda found herself longing for a more ruthless ruler. "The Empire is amassing an army," said Murtagh. His voice rang hollowly in the chamber, and his arms, folded across his chest, made him look almost defiant. "A host of men is being gathered. When they are ready, the Empire will march south. The number of men will be close to 100,000. He continued, his words level as he shared details regarding the placement of troops, supplies, and even some of the commanders who would be leading this mighty army. Now he just waited, like a soldier might for a command. Nasodda looked on impassive, the woman watching as the muscles tightened in the king's jaw, and he straightened almost imperceptibly. Practice kept Naswadda's face expressionless despite the cold knot of fear that grew inside of her. Here was the thing she'd been expecting, the news that she had been waiting for. The news of war and the news that they needed to act now. Brahm, sitting in a chair by an open window, did not bother looking around. His shoulders were tense, and his face looked even older than usual. "The black foe approaches," murmured Orin. "Galbortix has finally abounded his lair in favor of open combat." 100,000 men," murmured Nasodda. "We need allies. We need Iragan. Without aid from the dwarves and elves, we do not have a hope of survival." The grim truth of her statement settled on them all like a heavy black cloak. Orin, his voice hushed, sighed heavily, and asked Murtagh with the air of a condemned man asking how long he had to live. "Can you find the person who gave you this information again?" Murtagh shrugged, his face impassive. "They are dead." His voice stumbled a little. "The dead cannot speak." Orin rose, his formal robes rustling as he did so. "We need to move." That he would rather do anything but move was clear to the young woman who was his equal in this matter. Yet, to his credit, the king did not flinch nor hesitate in his following words. "I will summon a council of war. Plans must be set in motion, and missives sent to the elves and dwarves." He turned and looked at Murtagh, a strange look of respect and curiosity on his face, as he was not sure what to make of the young man who stood so still by the window in blood-splattered clothes. "Thank you, Murtagh of the Varden." The words were formal, and yet there was a note of sincere gratitude in them that Naswadda found surprising. "If there any boon you would have me, I would give it to you." Murtagh shook his head. "I would have nothing that you could give me. It is my duty to help protect the Varden and its allies. That was what I did today." His words were equally formal, and yet also accepting, silently thanking the king, and yet also politely declining the generous offer. The king sent him another strangely admiring, but also curious gaze before turning to look at Naswadda, his eyes deadly serious as he waited for her response. "Yes," said Naswadda. "We have prepared for this, and now all that remains is for us to set things in action." The king nodded once more, and then departed with Brahm following close behind him. The older man sent Murtagh a swift look that the leader of the Varden was certain contained words spoken mind to mind. Murtagh did not say anything, but gave the man a brief nod. Things were happening so fast, thought Naswadda as she watched Brahm disappear and shut the door. She needed to compose missives and alert. For a second she was overwhelmed by the magnitude of the tasks that awaited her before she ruthlessly pushed it aside. Looking at Murtagh, she gestured at an empty chair before her desk. "Come and sit for a minute, Murtagh." The young man sent her a wary look, and then slowly, as if he was wounded, he moved forward and sank into the plush chair across from Naswadda. The setting sun, sent in its red and gold, raised through the tall windows and made dust motes dance. The room was simple, not ornate like Farthendur, but she liked it. It was a room meant for a leader of an army, and that was she really was. Naswadda folded her hands in front of her as she collected the words she wished to say. The Black Hand have been dealt a grievous blow with the deaths and capture of so many of their leaders. We have crucial information about the movement of Galbatorix's troops. Yet, she paused and gazed at him steadily. You do not seem excited by any of this nor by offers of reward. Murtagh met her gaze with his own guarded one. His eyes hard and impregnable, it was impossible for the young leader to know what he was thinking or to even say she knew anything about this deadly weapon who had stepped into the games of power. When he spoke, his words were low. I lost a friend this day, Nasoda. It is that loss that weighs heavily upon me. His words were cool, and the woman slid back in her chair as if they had physically pushed her away. Do you wish to explain? No, he said quietly, and then he rose from his chair. Are you done with me? He asked. Yes, she said, knowing, as she spoke, that nothing she did or said would make him speak of these matters any more. Nor would she force him to. He was too important to force such things from, and she could sympathize. He rose and turned to leave, only to pause beside the chair with his back to her. He turned his face to her so she saw his harsh profile and said, I will be unable to attend the council tomorrow morning. I hope this does not disrupt anything. Naswada was silent, stunned that he would apologize for missing a meeting that he was not really required at, especially after losing, as he had just told her, a friend. He seemed so weary to her, finished and done with everything, that she was unable to think of a way to phrase her words so they achieved maximum comfort and reassurance. Of course, she managed to say gently. I understand. Thank you. And he turned a little more, and she saw, for the first time, vulnerability in his dark eyes. He looked young very suddenly and very unsure of the world. She knew how he felt. It was a feeling that she, alone as leader of this little army, often felt, and it made her doubt the choices made and the words she spoke. A sense of kinship, of mutual understanding, flared within her. How well she knew failure and the fear of more. How well she knew what it meant to live with guilt, and she had come to know that in this world no one could live blameless, nor could she falter. Both of them, she realized, her and Murtagh, covered up that vulnerability and doubt with ruthless force and strove to overcome it through decisive actions. No, said Naswada, and she allowed him to see her own weakness and the uncertainty that lay hidden beneath her mask. Thank you. She saw recognition and understanding pass over his face. He saw her, briefly, as she was, a young woman struggling to do what men and elves had failed to, what heroes and leaders of incredible power had failed after a century of effort to accomplish. Murtagh said nothing, for nothing needed to be said, and he turned away to walk out of the private council room. He shut the door with a quiet click. She was alone. Naswada rose and walked to the windows that were the only source of light or fresh air in the stuffy room. She looked beyond the city and towards the direction of the Empire. Troops were on the move, and so was the Varden. Captains, even now, were carrying out the orders she had passed down to them, and men were preparing themselves for another battle. Supplies were being organized, and missives would be sent to the dwarves, and the elves with the news and their plans as the Varden moved to engage Galbortix's massive army. It chilled her. The idea of what they were going to do was chilling. She had never thought to take her father's place. She had thought to remain behind the scenes, one of the fighters, never the leader. It had never been in her mind's eye that she would be the one to ask those who fought for the cause she represented to die. The men of the Varden followed her and listened, for the most part, to the orders she gave and marched to war because she had decided it was time. It was her, no one else, who would shatter families, leave warriors maimed and fields soaked with blood. She had been clever. Oh yes, she had been clever, solving the Varden's financial woes with magically created fine cream lace after accidentally setting her own lace on fire after infuriating meeting with Orin in his private laboratory. There was her carefully organizing of her council so that she could balance all the wants of advisors with the end goal of confronting the Empire. Yet cleverness did not mean anything now. Cleverness in the council room or in matters of finance would mean nothing now. It was how ruthless, how determined, how willing to sacrifice that would determine the winner of this game. Could she match that? Could she be like the heroes of old? She did not know. Naswada wrapped her arms around herself as if to protect herself from such thoughts. They haunted her these days, cold reminders and doubts that made her want to run far, far away to a place she would never have to leave. Outside, the stars glinted coldly high above, and the city was spread out below, quiet as if the world had stopped spinning. As if she, Naswada, was the only living thing for miles and miles. Whether she wanted to or not, she would have to go. She would have to draw a sword and ask those she led to die. It would be her Naswada who would go down in the history books, as a success story or a failure. It was too late now. She would either fall into darkness or rise like soaring arrow into success and memory. The forge of Runnan seemed untouched by the magic of the celebration. The place was exactly as I remembered, and as if she had never stepped away, the elf smith was bent back over the forge. She glanced up only when I came to a stop a few feet away from her. The old eyes glanced over me, and a faint smile flickered across her face, only to be swiftly replaced by the familiar frown she often wore. "You are leaving." It was a statement, not a question, and the elf looked back to the piece of raw metal in her hands. It was still unformed, and I could not even imagine what it might look like when the elf had finished with it. She had told me that the metal told her what it wanted to be, and when it was finished. Some, she told me, liked to be simple with no adornment, but others liked to flash in the sun with jewels or delicate carving. She made it sound as if the metal was actually alive, and I could not help but wonder if it was to her. Maybe, like all great artists, her tools and creations spoke to her in a language that no one, least of all a young human girl, could ever hope to understand. "Yes," I said simply. "I do, however, plan to return." "You will have to be careful," she said, and then raised her eyes to meet my face. Somehow I knew that she knew exactly what I was off to do. I have no idea how she found out, but from the way those eyes knowingly pierced me, I knew that Runnan not only knew my purpose, but why I was accepting this task. Maybe she knew even more than I did. The whole picture to her may be as clear and deep as a mountain lake. Perhaps she knew all the twists and turns in the long road that lay before me, only to tell me of it when I had reached the final destination. It would not surprise me if she did. "You asked me to come here," I said as I took one small step closer. "I did," she said. "Wait here." Before I could say anything, she left the forge and disappeared into her small house. She was gone quite a long time, so long that I began to wonder what she was doing and what she might be giving me. What had I proved myself worthy of? Why would she give me anything when she had often complained that my presence was annoying and distracting? Suddenly, just as I began to feel very uncomfortable standing so still outside, the smith reappeared. In her calloused, large hands there was a beautifully wrapped package. It looked so out of place in those hands. The soft grey cloth with a silvery tracery of embroidery around the edge was too delicate for those hands, too feminine. She held it out to me, silently, and her face was as impassive as a stone wall. The air was very still. The smell of smoke and hot metal mixed with the heady perfume of the wildflowers that grew in abundance beneath the trees that surrounded the open clearing. A smell that I would never really forget. I took the package gingerly in my hands, afraid that I might drop it or grip it too tightly and break whatever it might be. Slowly, like a child told not to ruin the wrapping paper, I drew away the cloth covering to reveal what lay inside it. My fingers stopping the second the cloth fell away to reveal what gift the smith had created for me. It was a knife. The silvery blade was straight, about the length of my forearm, and it glimmered as it reflected the sunlight back towards me. I gasped at the sight of it, unable to fully grasp what had just been given to me by the ancient elf. It was as beautiful a blade as any created for the riders in ages past. The simple hilt wrapped with black leather, and the provided sheath was plain black. The blade was very simple, but elegant and fine. As I examined it more closely, taking in the beautiful way it rested against the grey cloth, I saw an inscription on the blade, "To whatever end." Runnan had made this for me, for no one else. A knife is different than a sword. It can be concealed much easier, and in the end, sometimes it is all you have left at your disposal. Arrows can be lost, swords broken, spears snapped and armor rent, but knives stick with you until the bitterest of ends. They are sometimes all you have left. This was a knife, one so beautifully crafted that I had never seen the like. It was meant to be used. This was a blade that would stand up to the heat of battle and never falter. I found I had no words in which to say anything even as I raised my face to gaze, my eyes shimmering with unshed tears, to look at the elf. What could I say? Runnan had given me much more than just this knife, and it was impossible for me to sum up all my gratitude in words. She rested one hand on my shoulder and said, "Go. When you come back, I will be here." There was no doubt in her voice that I would come back. She believed in me. An elf who had seen civilizations rise and fall believed that I, a little mortal girl, could do this task. I nodded, and the knife still in my hands, I said as strongly as I could write then, "I will." The words echoed through the clearing, and the elf smith smiled then. "Then go," she said, and I did. I did not know at that point that the knife she had created for me would see me through much more than just this war. The knife, crafted to last for centuries, would be a constant companion, and it would, very soon, save my life. Sometimes, no matter where we go or how we get there, little bits of our past stick with us. This knife would be one of those things that never seem to be lost, no matter how treacherous the road or how long. Often, in later years, I would look back and wonder if Runnan had poured some sort of magic or determination into that knife that made it so unbreakable and prevented it from being lost. Who knows in the end? "You intend to do what?" demanded Arya of me. The elf was standing in my room, watching me as I made sure that I was ready for my departure the next morning. I would have thought that she would have been busy packing and visiting friends in preparation for own departure. Yet, for her mother would have told her everything, she had sought me out, and was now standing with her hands planted firmly on her hips and a scowl fixed firmly on her fair face. She sounded exactly like her mother right then, and it made me sigh with frustration. One Islandsody was quite enough. "I have to," I said it firmly as I examined another arrow. Every single one had to be in perfect condition before I set out on this adventure, and it gave me a reason not to meet the green eyes that snapped with the elf's fear and anger at my choice. An angry Arya was a sight to behold, and not one I wanted to deal with then. I knew her anger stemmed from her fear, but I was already dealing with my own fear, and did not have either the energy or the soothing words with which to banish not only my worries but hers. "No, you don't," she said angrily. Then, pausing as if making up her mind in a way that made me glance at her nervously, she said firmly, "I will go with you." "No," I said, whipping around to gaze at her as my attempt at being calm failed miserably. My mind filled with everything that could happen if she did come. That was one thing that could not happen. No, no. Only I could accomplish this, and I did not want to argue with Arya for the next few hours. We both had better things to do, and I could not stand to have another person doubt me when I was already so conflicted. "You must go to the Varden, and I must do this." I took a steadying breath and said gently, "Just as guarding Saphira's egg was your task, this is mine." My words had the desired effect, and the elf snapped her mouth shut as she gazed at me with suddenly stunned eyes. Pressing my advantage home, I continued, "Just as you had to go against the current, so must I." She sighed heavily and sat down hard and most ungracefully on the edge of my bed. "You will not go back on this?" she asked one last time, but now her voice had a note of defeat in it. Her green eyes searched my face as if looking for some faint hope that she would be able to turn me from what very might well be a suicide mission. "No," I said, and left my quiver to sit down beside her. "I have to, Arya." I looked down at my hands and said very quietly, "There are things that need to happen." "I know," she murmured, "but I have never seen you make choices that will influence the future since Father Dur." She was silent for a long moment. "You will do everything to come back. You must come back, Zoe." Her green eyes met mine, and I saw genuine fear in those bright irises. It was not just fear that I would fail, but fear that I would, a friend she cared for, have to endure what she had endured at Durz's hands. I saw these complex emotions and fears in those suddenly unguarded eyes, and I wondered how I had come across such a friend as I found in Arya. I was a lucky girl. "I will," I said it firmly, and tried to inject all the certainty and confidence that, despite my best efforts, refused to stick around. I had to believe that I would, because only then would I be able to step onto Glida and fly towards whatever might be waiting for me. The elf nodded and then, with a great intake of breath, gestured at my quiver. "Let me help you with that." I smiled. Friends like Arya, ones that recognize when to stop arguing and can see the reasons behind your choices, are too rare in any world. "Thank you," I said gratefully. "What of Iragan?" asked the elf as she took an arrow from the pile and began to examine the point. "He should know of what you plan." I sighed. My thoughts had been far from the rider that day, even though he, as Arya pointed out, had a right to know just as Saphira did. They would, unfortunately, not find out until after the deed was done, or I did not return during a set amount of time. It was hardly ideal, but far easier for me not to have to explain everything again and argue my reasons for leaving. If it succeeded then, I would deal with their worry and anger for not being told personally. If it failed then, they would learn the reasons why I had risked it from Oramis. Oramis will tell them, I said quietly. Is that wise? It is my only option right now. I placed an arrow back in the quiver. I must leave now and return as soon as I can. The elf sighed and twirled one arrow before handing it to me to place in the tooled leather quiver. I could explain it to them tonight, she told me. I intended to say farewell before I depart. Then they would run to see me and argue just as you have, I told her without glancing up. I can only explain it so many times before I lose my mind, Arya. A faint smile twisted her lips only to fade quickly. That would not do. Her words slightly teasing even though her eyes still glittered with worry, and her face bore signs of the willpower it took to keep her from continuing the previous argument. Passing me another arrow, she said quietly, I only hope for everyone's sake that this quest of yours is successful. We all hope that, I replied quietly, and then forcibly forced myself to concentrate on my task, and not the swirling doubts that lingered just beneath my fragile control. That night, as I sank into an uneasy sleep around midnight, dreams once more came to me. Some I couldn't remember the following morning when I rose before dawn, but others I could, and one was particularly bright, and haunted my thoughts even as I prepared to leave the forest. A cool night breeze toyed with my unbound hair as I stood, dressed in a thick dressing gown with a pair of warm slip-on shoes, on the large balcony which opened onto my room. The world was covered in snow, the thick layer of white covering the world that lay before me. It was probably after midnight, but the moon was high, and its clear light made the snow shimmer in pale silvers and blues. The entire world was perfectly silent, so still that the only sound was the soft whisper of the wind. I sighed. The world was peaceful this night, and yet I was restless. My body unwilling to relax and sleep. It seemed to be telling me to do something, anything. The sight before me had an enchanting allure to it, the snow making everything seem quiet, and yet more beautiful than it was without the frosty covering. The wind seemed to be whispering secrets to me in a language I could not understand, and I was lost in the music, in the sights before me. It felt right to listen even though the meaning was lost on me. The cold emptiness of the world at this particular moment was soothing, and I felt as I was the only living thing in this winter wonderland. I was so lost in the melody and the scene before me that I did not realize that someone had joined me until, to my surprise, they spoke. Why are you out here? It was my mother, dressed as I was in a dressing gown of pale rose that was edged with silver, her dark hair braided back, and her grey eyes looking at me with motherly concern that made me feel extremely young. Even without a circlet marking her rank or an elegant dress, she still seemed royal, and just as beautiful as the cold snow around us. It is cold. I know, I said, not quite sure how to react to this unexpected visitor. By way of explanation, I continued. I could not sleep. Come inside, she said with a faint smile of understanding. I could not sleep either. She rested a hand on my shoulder and drew me back inside through the open glass doors framed by pale cream curtains that swayed slightly as we passed them, casting pearl-white reflections on the polished marble floor. In the fireplace on one side of the room, a small blaze still smoldered and helped warm the spacious chamber. My mother led me towards the large bed with its soft sheets and deep pillows that had been cast aside by me earlier in favor of the cold winter air on my balcony. We sat down on the bed, my mother's arm wrapped around me, and she pulled me close until my head was resting on her shoulder. Drawing me feet up, I curled up on the bed, feeling like a very small child. Why could you not sleep? She asked gently, and in the warmth of my rooms with my mother's soothing presence beside me, it was easier to remember the nightmare that had driven me from my bed to the cold outside. Raising my face, I looked up into my mother's eyes and wondered why she had come here so late at night. For what reason had she been unable to sleep? I sighed. It was a nightmare. It is gone now. My mother stroked my hair with one hand and asked softly, what happened? I closed my eyes and shivered as I remembered the icy cold, the despair of the nightmare that had disrupted my rest that night. I was alone, I whispered it, and I knew I had failed. I was alone and I had failed. I could not stop the tears as I remembered the anguish that had filled me, the pain of knowing that I had to do something only to do it, and find that I had ruined everything. Shush, murmured my mother in my ear. Then quietly in her musical voice, she began to sing. It was a child's lullaby, and it was like a soothing balm to the wound the nightmare had inflicted upon me. Slowly, almost reluctantly, I felt my eyelids slipping shut, exhaustion making my bones liquid. I felt like I might wash away and vanish, the song echoing on around me like a warm blanket. It was still dark when I arrived at the small cottage that Oramis called his home. The elf was already waiting for me at the small table inside. Glida stretched out in his familiar place just beside the door. His saddle was already upon his back, and he blinked in greeting as I came to a stop beside his large gold head. Oramis rose from his chair as I stepped inside the small door and into the warm cottage that he had created for himself. The elf looked better, stronger, and steadier than he had the previous day. His golden sword was belted to his waist, and it was in sharp contrast to the simple dark tunic he wore. "Are you ready?" asked the elf without preamble. "Yes," I said quietly, and he took both my hands in his own slim, warm ones. "It is time to leave," said Oramis, and I felt my nerves give another twinge that I tried my best to ignore. The sun had yet to peek over the horizon, and the stars still glimmered above us like lanterns against the endless black of the sky. Any other time, under any other set of circumstances, I might have been excited to be riding upon Glida among the stars with a rider of old. Now I could only see what awaited me at the end of this flight, and it felt so final to climb up and settle myself behind Oramis. What would happen now? Would I ever see this place again? The flight was surprisingly short. Glida flew swiftly over the dark forest, and then, just as the sun began to send its rays across the lightning sky, he began to angle downwards. We were deep in the forest, and I was hopelessly confused as to which direction Elismera might be. Everything looked the same to my eyes, an endless carpet of dark trees, broken only by open spaces that seemed to grow rarer the farther we traveled, as if the forest was becoming denser. The golden dragon spread his wings, and we began to dive toward the ground. We dropped through the thick canopy of trees, breaking branches as we went, and finally settled upon the forest floor with a small explosion of dirt and a large thud. Glida settled his wings, and then I slipped off along with Oramis. "Thank you," I murmured to Glida. The dragon just hummed slightly in response, and then we moved forward, Oramis walking assuredly through the dark tree trunks. My hand slipped unconsciously to the hilt of my sword as we came to a stop on the edge of a small open clearing. There it was. It was made of grey stone, nothing special, with no carvings or any decoration upon it. It was about 10 feet tall, a perfect arch in the middle of a green clearing surrounded by wild flowers. This part of the forest felt different, almost disconnected from the rest of Du Weldenvarden. The feeling only grew the closer I came to it until, when I stood about 3 feet from it, it became almost overwhelmingly strong. Behind me, silent and watchful, was Glida and Oramis. "What do you make of it?" I asked them. "I do not like it," he said. "It makes my scales itch." "Be careful, Zoe. There is a reason few come to this place. It is better left alone." He shifted uneasily, and I glanced back to see that his entire body was tensed as if to pounce. Oramis looked deadly serious, and his face was focused upon the arch as if waiting for something, anything, to happen. My nerves tingled, and it took all my willpower to send my fear back to the shadows. I did not need it now. How did I make this thing's work? No, open sesame, button on this thing. I looked at the runes carved into the stone. They were clear, and had I known the language they were written in, I would have had no problem reading them. Oramis spoke quietly. "I have not come here since before the fall, yet it is unchanged. Some strange magic is here, and it is strong to defy the magic that is already woven into this forest." The elf moved until he stood beside me, and I felt grateful for his quiet presence, just as I was grateful for Glida. I would not have wanted to come here alone. A power flickered through the clearing, briefly appearing and then vanishing. I knew that power, had sensed it only twice before. Once had been as I woke from a dream, and the other had been only a few days ago as a dragon, created through magic and memory, turned its ancient eyes on me. Glida growled. The power flared again and flowed around the edges of the clearing. I stood very still and allowed that strange power to grow and come closer until it hummed around me, mixing with the power that already lay heavy on the air. It felt as if everything might explode from it all, as if the very atoms of the universe were being charged and ripped apart by this strange energy. "You have come." The words echoed through my mind, and I saw that Oramis had also heard them, as had Glida. "Yes," I answered as firmly as I could. An image suddenly passed through my mind, an image from that strange power. I saw myself walking up to the arch and taking a small black stone, my stone, from my pocket. I saw that stone light up, and I saw the way the light spread, and then I watched as it mixed with my own power. The light spread across the stone arch and ignited it, the runes flaring as it was surrounded by the magic of the stone and the power that was my own. The air between the arch began to shimmer, and then I stepped into that shimmering air only to vanish. The image was gone. Oramis was looking at me, and I saw that he too must have seen what I saw. The voice came again, and this time it seemed to be many voices speaking together, and there was something about it, something familiar and strong that made me trust it. It was not evil, nor did it want to control me. It wanted to work together to accomplish something. I had no choice but to trust it. "We will guide your journey. I suppose I must go." I looked between the rider and the dragon. Oramis nodded and said, "We will wait for you." "Yes," said Glida, "you will need our help to leave here, I think." I felt tears threaten as I looked between them, but before I could speak, Oramis gently rested a hand on my shoulder. "Go," he said kindly, and I saw that he too was frightened, though he did his best to hide it. "Go, then you can come back." I nodded, and squaring my shoulders, I stepped forward until I stood directly in front of the arch. The power was so intense here that I had to bring up my defenses just so I could think clearly. Then, with slow deliberateness, I drew the small black stone from my pocket. It was warm and comforting. Who knew that it would be my key to this arch? Was that why that woman in Farthendur had given it to me? I felt as if each moment in this journey had been watched and commented on, maybe even pre-planned, by some foreign power. Was it the power of that voice, or was there more to it? I forced the questions away. I had to concentrate now. It didn't take very much focus at all to make my small stone start to shine, and just like in the image, the light grew and grew until it bathed the stone with the light of a fallen star. Power coursed white hot through my veins, and then the air began to shimmer like a heat mirage. It was time. I took one more deep breath and then stepped forward straight into that shimmering bright air. There was no sensation of movement. There was nothing. The only fixed point in the emptiness was the warm stone in my hand. Until, wham! I slammed into dirt and felt all the air get knocked from my lungs as I lay, panting, on solid ground. Slowly, my body aching after this impact with the ground, I was able to push myself up and examine where I had been spat out. I was lying on top of what had probably been a very carefully tended flower garden a few years ago. Now the flowers had gone wild, and there was no order to the way they grew. Ornamental trees were no longer pruned into specific shapes, and the stone border along the bed was overgrown with greenery. This particular bed was circular in shape, and there was a stone fountain in the center that was surrounded by cobblestones. The sky was iron gray, and a chill breeze stirred the plants like a warning. The air was thick with tension and foreboding. A cobblestone path led out of the small circular garden and straight towards. There it was, Mawson's Manor House. I had arrived. Revised 2/6/2014 in Joy. 54, Chapter 56. Sensation returned. Slowly and painfully, for, after the blank emptiness of the portal, everything from the smallest rustlings to the glittering light reflected off the polished hilt of my sword was agonizing. For a few minutes, I just had to stay still and breath as my body slowly began to feel normal. I do not, for the record, recommend portal hopping if it can be avoided. When my vision cleared and I was able to move once more, I slipped the black stone, looking completely ordinary, back into my pocket, and I double-checked that the various weapons hidden in my clothing were where they should be. The presence that had guided me through the arch returned then, the voices speaking in that strangely precise way. It sounded like only one voice melded together in a strange whispering sound, but if you concentrated on it, you could pick out multiple voices. I hoped it could get me back. I did not know if there was any way to get back to Do Weldenvarden using that portal, or if I was going to have to make other arrangements. I had no horse and no dragon, just myself. I was alone. You must walk around to the front door. Certain wards will be triggered if you attempt to enter through any other entrance. The voice, I suppose I should say plural for there was more than one, sounded almost excited. The enthusiasm was not contagious, and my own excitement was long gone. In a minute, I snapped back. I had discussed this part of the plan with Oramis, and he had agreed that it was a good idea just in case. Drawing my own magic up, I crafted a disguise that changed my dark hair to a dirty blonde and my eyes to a dull blue. My nose became a little too large, and my skin grew a few shades darker. If there was anyone looking in on this place, they would not get my face, my true face, and remember it. Hopefully this disguise would survive whatever wards meant to strip magic from an intruder that had to be layered around these quiet gardens, and even quieter house. Only then did I start to move. The gardens were silent. Only the occasional songbird flitting from branch to branch or squirrel chattering in a tree could be heard. The layout of the gardens was elaborate, and yet they reminded me of the gardens one would see hidden behind the thorny wall of Sleeping Beauty's castle. They were wild and mysterious, but there was something dark to them. There was a brooding threat in the shadow of that house that made chills race down my spine. The dark windows reflected the grey light, and on some, shutters had been drawn tightly closed. It was the sight of that lonely place that made gardens I might have enjoyed into a place I merely hurried through. Everything seemed to waiting breathlessly for something, but what I could not guess. It did not surprise me that the place had been avoided by all who lived close to it, and no doubt, stories were passed down from one generation to the next of the man who had once lived there. Close by me, just there yet not close enough for me to feel clearly, was that strange presence that had guided me so far. It was here, in these haunted gardens, that Brahman first met Selina. I wondered where it had been, and how that encounter had occurred. How had a warrior in disguise first meet the dangerous consort of Morzin? Had he been carefully pruning a rose bush? Or had he been daydreaming about the completion of this mission, and she told him off for dawdling about his task? Or maybe he saw her constantly, out with her young son, wading Morzin on the front steps of the grand house, or leaving the place in an elegant dress for some court party. Had she then, for some strange reason, looked his way or said something that suddenly made him look at her with new eyes? Had it just taken a brief second, a second when he looked beyond his task or the mask she wore, to see what lay beneath? I would never know. My footsteps were muffled as I moved swiftly down the paths and around to the front of the house. The landscape was misty, and as I came to the gravel road that led towards the giant entrance doors, I could just make out a set of closed, elaborate iron gates. Dragons, their maws open as if ready fight, decorated them, and great stone pillars supported it. In my wild portal tumble, I had slipped inside the wall of this place, and maybe had avoided many of the trigger points meant to stop intruders. My feet crunched on the small white gravel stones that were now mixed with weeds and grass. The road circled in front of the house, and around an elegant fountain of stampeding horses. I noticed another carefully disguised gravel path leading behind the house, perhaps to a stable. I could almost imagine the opulent carriages with glossy coated horses drawing up in front of this house for a party as their beautifully dressed occupants moved up the wide stairs and through those tall double doors. For a moment I could see a graceful dark-haired woman waiting to greet them at the top of those steps with a dark man standing beside her. Now, however, the windows gleamed dully, and ivy crept up the sides unrestrained. I shivered slightly at the sight of it, and wished with all my heart that I could just turn away from this place. Who knew what might be waiting for me in there? What had Islanzudi said about traps and magical watchers? Setting my jaw, I forced myself to walk forward and up the gravel road and towards the weather-worn, but wide front steps. Would I regret this? The logical, determined part of me reminded that inner part of me that was cowering that, as I knew well enough, regret was a pointless emotion. I had to do this. I had come too far now. Anything could happen, but sometimes we worry too much about things that will never happen. Two gigantic but empty flower pots stood at each corner of the steps, and the door loomed before me. It was an impressive door. Thick and heavy, it looked like it could withstand even dragon fire. 2 iron door handles were there, looking small and strange against the vast expanse of it. The voice echoed again. The doors are sealed by a spell designed to keep out those who mean harm to the family of Morzan. You must circumvent it. I looked at those doors and considered the question. Did I mean any harm to the family of Morzan? I had never met either Selina or Morzan, so it was impossible for me to mean them any harm. That left Murtagh. I think you know how I feel on that score. Reaching out with one gloved hand, I placed it on the smooth iron door. Before I pushed down, I spoke clearly in the tongue of power and truth. I come in friendship, and with my love for Murtagh, son of Morzan. My words seemed to echo on and on in the still air, a bell note that was never ending. For a second, panic rose in me, should I have spoken out loud. Who knows what might have heard me? Had I even said the right thing? Worse, saying my love was the truth. I did love Murtagh, but that didn't mean I was quite ready to accept just how much I actually did, or that that love was anything different than sisterly feelings. Forcing the panic and pointless questions away, I pressed down on the handle. A sudden bolt of power went through me. The cold air crackled, and a shadow flickered across the world for a brief moment. A sour taste filled my mouth, and then, with a crack, it seemed as if an invisible stone wall crumbled to dust. The shock of it sent me back a few steps, but I steadied my nerves. Something had just happened, some strange bit of magic that I did not want to think about too much. I could not stop myself, as I prepared to open the door, to mutter a perfunctory prayer to whatever power watched over me. It was a superstition ingrained in me by the superstitious soldiers I had sent years beside. Send a prayer up as you start a task. Send up a prayer when you finish it. And if you are really superstitious, then leave a gift once a month on an altar of your choosing. Some think that they have survived too much or received too much, and that, at any moment, their luck will run out, and they will be faced with disaster. Sometimes I am inclined to agree with them, but not this day. You could have warned me. I snapped at the presence. It did not respond, and so I continued. The doors swung open a little when I pushed against them, and I slipped inside, leaving only a small gap. The doors squeaked slightly as they were turned on their rusting hinges, and yet, as I forced them shut, I half wished I could just go back outside. That I could go back to the iron-grey sky and the haunted but wild garden with its memories and ghosts. As my eyes became adjusted to the darkened entrance hall, I found that the floor was marble and coated in at least an inch of dust. The ceiling rose high above me, and skylights let in a little light that illuminated a grand curving staircase that led upstairs. Hallways branched off, and a pair of large, open doors before me showed what had to be the ballroom. Torches lined the sides of the stone walls, and elaborate, dusty tapestries were too shadowed for me to see properly. Apart from the spiders spinning their webs across the crystal chandeliers, I seemed to be the only living thing in this echoing house. Who had been the last person here? Gabatorix. I drew out my stone and let a little of the light illuminate the floor before me as I crossed the vast entrance hall and moved down what seemed to be the largest hallway. Many of the doors along the corridor that I had chosen were closed. I kept wondering if something was going to leap out at me, or if there was something following me and ducking behind a tapestry any time I looked back. I tried to dismiss those fears as foolish and concentrate on my task, but they slipped in and made me move quickly and as silently as I could. I didn't believe in ghosts or ghouls, but they were easier to believe in when standing in a cold, dark house set with too many wards and traps to count. As I walked down the richly carpeted corridor, I wondered what a young Selina had made of her new home. This was a richly furnished house that would have come with a small fleet of servants and the title of lady to the king's favorite servant. Her eyes must have been wide when she entered this place. Surely she must have doubted her choice to follow the dashing man who had swept her up and carried her away like a shining knight in a story. The duties of a noble woman would have settled on the shoulders of a girl raised to care for a farm. How steep had her learning curve been? She would have had to master the household accounts, made sure her wardrobe was suitable for the parties she had to organize and preside over. Added to that was the violent husband who turned her into a competent and skilled assassin. Whatever one said about her, good or bad, she had to have been remarkable. What she accomplished What she chose to do were not easy things or choices many would have made or seen through. She felt so close, the memory of her haunting these halls and watching me as I walked through them. I wondered what she would have thought of me. Finally, after passing at least 10 doors, I came to one that was open. It was a dining room, a hall that must have been used for formal dinners. I could not resist poking my head in, and then, when it became apparent that the room was as deserted as the rest of the house, I stepped inside. The room was dark. It was hard to make out the corners, and the air was heavy with dust and forgotten memories. I was about to leave to continue my search when the entire room was changed. A brief flash of sunshine flared through it as the clouds outside broke for a few seconds. Slanting sunbeams ran golden on dusty wood panels and bounced off the tarnished full suit of armor in the corner and picking out spots of color. One wall was entirely covered with masks and helmets, their empty eye sockets looking down over the room, and the first person to enter it in what had to be years. The masks surrounded a painting by some artist that depicted a stern-looking, black-haired man that could have been Morzan or maybe his father. I did not know. The center of the room was dominated by a huge scarred table. 18 high-backed chairs were arranged around the time-stained table, which had to have at least an inch of dust on top of it. Dust iced the curtains that still fell in elegant folds around the tall windows with their carved frames. For a second I allowed myself to admire the scene and imagine, for a few brief seconds, that I was a guest being invited into dinner. Had a young Murtagh ever played underneath that table? I could almost see him ducking through chair legs and standing inside the gigantic fireplace that took up one side, the image sliding away like water in my hands as the sunlight faded and the room darkened once more. I turned away and left the way I had come. I needed to find the egg, but where it was in this echoing mansion was beyond me. The presence had yet to tell me anything about it and ignored my questions, as if finding them pointless to answer. What I did know was that in this house, somewhere, was a vaulted chamber containing chests, and in one of those chests was a dragon egg. So I kept moving and felt anxiety grow within me. I could not stay long. Already I feared that I had already been sensed, and that either Galbatorix's servants or maybe the king were on their way here. Out of desperation, I climbed up the grand staircase and onto the upper floor. Many of those doors were open, and they showed grand guest bedrooms, a few sitting rooms, and even a child's nursery. All of it dusty and echoing with forgotten memories, as if the rooms still remembered the times when they had been used frequently, as if they were still haunted by the ghosts of those who had lived here. I finally came to largest door of all, and when I pushed it open, I found myself in an elaborate bedchamber. The furniture, from the four-poster bed to the dresser to the tall bookcases, was all the same dark wood as the paneling. It was heavy and medieval to me, but also strangely perfect for this manor house. This had to have been the master bedroom, for, even so many years later, jewelry was scattered across the surface of the dressing table with its carved mirror. Everything was iced with dust, and yet, if one looked past that, one could almost imagine that Selina or Morzan were still alive. Dresses still hung in the closet, black fighting gear was neatly folded on a chair, and a half-finished piece of embroidery was flung carelessly on the desk, where papers were still piled. Everything was untouched, exactly as it had been left by the two people who had lived in this place. I closed the door quickly. There was something so strange and haunting about being in that room. I did not know either Selina or Morzan, but being in their house, seeing their bedroom, had been just a little too close. Say what you like about them, but walking around an abandoned manor house, no matter who had once lived there, would give anyone the shivers. One quick glance around me confirmed that the door I was looking for was not on this floor, and I returned to the echoing central hall. I found myself skipping over passages and servant entrances that I had already been down and searched fruitlessly. There was the corridor to the left. This was a wide passage with paintings and tapestries hanging on the walls. A thick carpet covered the cold marble floor, and spiders had created great sweeping webs from the candle brackets. At first I was certain that the door did not lie along this corridor either. It was exactly the same as the other, with the normal kinds of rooms one would expect, until, so suddenly that I passed by it at first, was the door I had seen in my vision. "This is it," murmured the voice. "How do I get in?" using the key. I silently groaned in frustration. Where is the key? You have already seen it, answered the voice. You have it now. All right, we need to stop for a second. Press the stop button. Hold on to your horses. Chill out for a minute. Don't look so irritated or confused. I will explain it. You see, this little detail slipped my mind long ago. So much has happened since then that I actually didn't even remember I still had it, or even that it had been given to me. You see, after the battle in Farthendur, while Bram was patching both of us up, he asked Murtagh to remove his outer tunic so he could get at a large bruise on Murtagh's right shoulder. When my friend did remove his tunic, something had clattered out of an inner pocket that had been ripped during battle. I saw it and knelt to retrieve the fallen object, which had, to my surprise, been an ornate silver key with a complicated design. I had made to give it back to Murtagh, but he had refused, saying that I should hold on to it for now and he would get it from me later. He gave no reason or explanation, and so I had slipped it into a small, inner pocket in my own gear and thought nothing more of it. My mind, already skipping on to other more important things, as Bram began to speak of the patrols being organized and Aragon's fight with death, forgot about it until now. The key, strange as it was, had been lost amid the talk of Urgles, Empire attack strategies, and worry for Aragon. Let's press play again. So, with frantic fingers, I reached into that hidden pocket that I hadn't even thought about or considered all these months. I didn't even tell you, and that, considering what I do tell you, is amazing in itself. I held my breath for, back in Farthendur, I had thrown away my one set of gear after it was too ruined to even consider repairing. Was that the set which contained the key? Had I, like someone at a laundromat with a winning lottery ticket, thrown them carelessly away? For a second I couldn't seem to get at the pocket, my fingers so frantic that I couldn't manage to make them work. Then, it was there. The key was actually there. The silver shone dully in the light of my stone. Galbatorix must have given it to Murtagh. Why was a mystery, but he had. The key was now in my hand, and its weight was almost unnoticeable. Or maybe it wasn't the king at all, but someone who felt the only way to open the treasury door belonged to the only heir to the treasure that lay within. You can read this situation many different ways, but suffice to say that somewhere, for some reason, someone had given this key to Murtagh, and he, whether because of some outside influence or twist of fate, had given it to me. Somehow, through everything, the key had ended up in my pocket, and I hadn't even thought of it or even felt it. Locks are not difficult things to open. They all work on the same system. Little tumblers keep the lock closed in this position and open in that position. The more tumblers you have, the more expensive the lock. But if a thief can open a lock with 4 tumblers, they can open one with 6 or 8 or 12 almost as easily. Or if you are like me, you are lucky enough to carry the key around for a couple months not knowing it. However, if you really want to keep something safe, I would say a good guard is your best chance, or you just put enough wards around a place that not even a mouse could squeeze past them. Because being able to find valuables in boxes hidden behind bed frames, being able to move through a building with no one the wiser, those are more important for a thieves. And this day, I am a thief. What wards will I activate? I asked the presence which, while it had been faint before, pulsed stronger now. The wards are tied to the key. If you use the key to open the door, then no wards will be activated and no traps. That is how Galbatorix intended to retrieve the egg. What, I wondered, was the king feeling right now? He had lost the son of Morzan, and with the son of his greatest servant, he had lost the key too. No wonder he would be desperate to capture Murtagh and return him safely to his care. He would save 2 important pieces of his game, and he needed them back. Perhaps he could circumvent the wards set upon this place, but that would still take time and great deal of effort. I made me smirk ever so slightly to think of it all, and how infuriating it must be for the most powerful person in this world to have lost this game. Sliding the key into the lock, I turned it. The lock moved soundlessly, and the knob turned easily beneath my gloved hand as I replaced the key in my pocket and allowed it to fall open to show the room before me. I raised my light and let the clear illumination fall across what lay inside. The room beyond was vaulted. There were no windows and no doors save the one that I had entered through. Enormous stone pillars held up a shadowed roof, illuminated by the lint of a row of candelabras. The pillars were carved all around with loops and scrolls of runes, forming intricate patterns that teased the eye. Huge tapestries hung down from the walls, each one depicting some scene from the history of Alagaesia with brightly colored thread. There was a great gilt-framed mirror at the far end, which made the place seem twice as large. Chests, coated in dust and spider webs, were flung around the room in no order, with some stacked in precarious piles, and others who were empty with their lids flung back. A rat skirted away from me and my light. The air was stale. "Hurry," came the voice. "Gabatorix will soon know of your presence here. Even if he does not know who came, he will know someone did come." "I am hurrying," I groused, "but where do I look?" The voice was silent, most inconveniently so. I moved forward on silent feet, looking at the chests as if, by examining them, I could randomly choose the one most likely to hold a dragon egg. Something drew me towards the center of the room, some strange sense that what I searched for was somewhere in the middle of this jumbled place. 3 trunks, their lids closed, were piled together. I ran along the top of one of the trunks, leaving a clean strip but coating my gloved hand in grey dust and cobweb. When I tried the lid of the trunk, it opened soundlessly to show nothing. The bottom of the trunk was bare and perfectly empty. The same was said of the other trunk, and just as I was beginning to doubt the instincts that had led me to this part of the room, I opened the lid of the third. The lid was heavy, and a fountain of dust rose up from it as I forced it upwards. The dust made my eyes water, and I coughed as, squinting, I looked down into the dark interior of the trunk. A soft leather bag, about a foot in width, was lying on the wooden bottom. My heart began to pound, and then, frightened of what I was about to do, I lifted the bag up from the bottom of the trunk. It was heavy, and I nearly dropped it. I did not need to remove the soft, padded leather covering to see what lay beneath. I could feel it. I could sense it, and I knew without a shadow of doubt that in my hands was one of the last dragon eggs in this entire world. I did not wait. There was no time to waste. With the egg firmly gripped in my hands, I rose from the dusty floor and swiftly undid my quiver of arrows. I had removed most of my arrows so that there would be just enough room inside the tube for a round object, and I would rather the egg was out of my arms just in case I did have to fight. Once the egg was safely placed in the center of the tube surrounded by arrows, I turned and hurried out. "Now what?" I asked of the presence without even pausing. "You must get back to the place you arrived here at. Hurry. The king's servants are already on their way. They will be here soon." My feet did not pause. I cast quietness and caution to the winds as I ran through the house and slipped through the gigantic entrance doors. A cold breeze had risen while I had been inside and stirred the leaves on the trees. The sky was cold and dark still, no sign of the sun peeking through the iron-gray clouds. The air was tense, and I could feel power crackling through it. It seemed my taking of the egg had caused something of a domino reaction. Maybe the power that had guided me here had been doing battle against the wards that guarded this place, and now it could not stop the rippling waves that were sent out by my retrieval of the egg. I need to go and go soon. For a second I stood still and quiet on the steps of Mawson's manor house. For a second I felt as if I stood on the edge of fate. This single action had sent things scattering across the board that this game was played on. I felt as if every single power that had an influence on this world turned to look at me and analyzed my actions, my very soul. And I do not know why I felt like that. I do not know why, but it terrified me, and I felt myself grip the hilt of my sword as if I was going to draw it and challenge those that watched me. And then the moment passed, and I began to run again. I ran through the garden, down paths and around fountains, and leaping over benches until, just as I came close to the flower bed I had originally landed in, that I heard it. I was just a few meters away from the place where I needed to get when I skidded to a stop and froze. The cackling of a someone's something that has trapped its prey and knows that there is no escape. It was the cackle that the Razak made, the clacking of a beak mixed with evil joy that was so unnatural it sent shivers down my spine. I had never heard it before, but my imagination had conjured it more than once, and I knew, immediately, what it was. From behind a rose bush came 2 of the creatures. Was everything I had done, all this, for nothing? A sudden wave of absolute despair washed over me. I felt as if all the breath had been sucked from my body as I came face to face with the foulest of the king's servants. I should have guessed that they would be sent. Few ever escaped these two unscathed, and I had no doubts that it would take a great deal of luck to do so. I could feel the foul air of despair that emanated from the black creatures rolling off of them, and it took all my wards to block it, so it did not incapacitate me. I had come so far and done so much only to lose this fight now. It took all my training to force the despair and panic away so that I could concentrate on the two black-clothed figures before me. The presence was faint at my side, and I could only hope that it would return and help me. If I handled the Razak, it had to handle the portal. I did not let myself think. I drew my sword and settled onto the balls of my feet in a fighting stance. My eyes flickered left and right between the two of them. They could not see my face with the mask I wore, but they would remember, if not my size, then my smell. The two creatures were focused on my glittering blade. "Foolish human," said one of the creatures. "What could you hope to gain?" I tossed my hair defiantly and smirked. "I have not lost, nor have you won." One of the creatures cackled. "You are a fool with some courage." I did not even think about it. I whipped my blade through the air and slashed at the creature. The blade sang and came so close to cutting into him, but he leapt backwards just before it could touch him. The Razaks screeched angrily, and then, as if to show their lack of fear, they reached up at exactly the same time and pushed their black hoods off. There was nothing even vaguely human about the creature's face, but it was not quite as hideous as I had thought it would be. The head was surprisingly small, and the beak that emerged from it was curved slightly at the tip like a parrot's beak. Huge dark eyes sunk deep behind a narrow brow ridge, cheekbones high and sharp. There was no mouth. These things are of little consequence. I see before me a frightened little girl. I can hear your muscles straining and taste your fear on the air. The one who had spoken clicked its beak as if excited at the meal I would make. "And yet I still attacked you," I said quietly. "What does that suggest?" The creature's shoulders moved in an awkward shrug. "That you are either a fool or a hero." "You can be killed by both," I said. "True, but there are no more heroes left in the world, none to attack us. We are invisible, invulnerable." I smiled then and brought my sword up, not to Numir. The creature titled its head and then nodded. "Not to that sword, that is true, but there are two of us and we are fast, so fast," it added with a clack of its beak that sounded almost like laughter. "I think we can take you, girl. Cut the sword from your hands before you even know it." Instincts told me that I had to move the second the Razak stopped speaking. Then it would be all over. Without thinking, I slashed my sword in a downward arc. The blade flashing as the point narrowly missed the creature's beak as it prepared to launch itself at me. The Razak danced out of range and hissed its anger. I did not hesitate. I already knew what I wanted, and I needed no words to make it happen. One heartbeat. The magic swirled up within me. Two heartbeats. The magic was flowing outwards. Three heartbeats. The Razaks screamed in pain as fire leapt for them and caught their black robes and lit them on fire. Four heartbeats. I leapt forward and straight towards the fountain and the flower bed, where just a few hours before I had fallen through a portal. I was so close. I felt the presence, that one that had guided me so far, suddenly pulse with brilliant power beside me. I felt the magic of the portal, so wild and alien that had pulled me into it before, rise up around me and mix with my own power. I felt the wild magic surge within me, and I struggled to protect myself even as I was helpless against it. It was screaming through my mind, threatening to detach me from reality as it set me up in an uncontrollable tidal wave of power. Then, just as the entire world went black, I felt a shooting pain in my side. A brilliant pain that made me cry out in agony, even as I felt myself swept up in the portal as my own magic died, and all I could feel was sudden emptiness. Darkness that pulled me beyond pain and time and distance swallowed me up. There was nothing. There was no pain. My body felt light, and as if I was made up of nothing but air. I was suspended in the darkness for what I have been an age or no time at all. I heard a voice, the voice of the woman who had given me my stone in Farthendur. Her white-robed figure was suddenly before me, her hair falling in a shining curtain. Those eyes so old and wise were looking at me. She called my name. Of course she knew my name, I knew that, yet hearing her say it aloud tore away any comforting pretense of anonymity. I hesitated, and she called again. "I am here," I answered. "You did it," she said quietly. "You retrieved what you sought." I nodded my head. "You are badly wounded, Zoe," she said, and her eyes flickered to my side. I could not feel anything in this place, and so, looking down and seeing the handle of knife buried in my right shoulder, made me gasp in surprise. The Razak must have thrown it, and just as I was swept up in the portal, the blade had found its mark, in me. "You might not be able to go back." The woman's voice was quiet, and her eyes shone with compassion. "I must go back," I said simply. There was no emotion in this place, only the truth, and sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes the truth is the hardest thing of all. There is no shame if you did not. She paused as if she had nothing left to say. Then suddenly she asked, "Who brings you here?" "I bring myself," I whispered. "Then will you go?" "Yes." There was no hesitation in my voice, none at all. I had to go back. The egg had to go back. "Be cautious," she said as turned and faded away, leaving me in the darkness that suddenly seemed to be rushing away, and suddenly I was falling. I was tumbling through emptiness until, like once before that day, I slammed into the ground. The pain slammed into me then. I opened my eyes, and all I could see was the sky over me and the stone archway. The blue and the stone arch was all I could see. There were no trees or Glida or Oramis. People seemed to be shouting, but they were very far away. They were important people, shouting about me. I heard Islanzudi, Aria, Iragan, Saphira, and other voices that came from my past. I thought they might be my family or my friends. Maybe they were even people from Earth. I wanted to tell them not to fuss so. I wanted to explain that I would be all right, and there was nothing to be so upset about, but the pain was too much. The blue sky above me turned to red and then to black, and I was gone. Revised 2/6/2014. Enjoy. 55, Chapter 57. The memories caught me in a never-ending swirl of images and sensations. Cair Dathel rising taller than the mountain peaks behind it. The walls gleamed a brilliant white in the sunlight. A commander's tent in the middle of a bustling army camp. The sky above was iron-gray, and the ground churned to mud that pulled at my boots as I walked towards the brightly colored tent that flew the flag of Angard proudly despite the dismal scene around it. The ocean stretching out to meet the dome of the horizon in a thin, shimmering blue line. The salty sea breeze catching my unbound hair and tossing it widely even as I looked out and saw a storm building far out to sea that would, no doubt, be blown to the coast and smash against the coast with all its power. The numbing pain of watching my father's shrouded body placed in its final resting place beside his ancestors. My brothers and sister standing close beside me, and a cold breeze making the flowers that had been cast on the ground by the stone crypt rustle. The bedroom I always used in Cair Cauldron. My sister was lying on my bed, her golden hair spread out across the cream-colored pillow with her eyes closed. One hand rested on the opening page of a thick book where, in thin cursive letters, I recognized the words I had written in that strange dream. I stood on the edge of a mountain cliff and looked out over a deep valley. Below me, a long column of huntsmen was moving rapidly westward. I looked across, and then a movement caught my eye on the distant wall of rock. From the deepening shadows I saw, one by one, the figures of Eamund's group of rangers. Somehow, in this strange dream, I knew that it was my brother, and I could already see the faces of the men who had served beneath him. It was suddenly, coldly clear to me that the rangers and the huntsmen, as yet unseen by each other, were moving closer together. I could not call out, for the echoes would be lost in the vast expanse. They could neither see nor hear me. Darkness had now fallen, blinding me to the inevitable clash of the warriors and the huntsmen. It was a nightmare in which all action was useless, in which I could only wait for the slaughter bound to come. My hands were tied, and my voice stifled. Desperate, I snatched my stone from my black cloak and lifted it high. Brighter and brighter it glowed. The beams spread and rose toward the clouds, as though the sun itself was brushing from the mountainside. The dark cliffs and black branches of the trees were drenched in light, brilliant and clear. The whole valley had turned bright as noon. Notes from a harp filled my mind. Heavy notes that were laden with mourning, yet it was sorrow without despair. The music faded, and now I stood in the ruins of an ancient castle long fallen to disrepair. In the dawn light, the shattered walls seemed blood-stained. Below the broken castle was a makeshift army camp where men were assembling as if to hear a speech. Many faces, pale and exhausted in the flickering torchlight, were looking up towards the place where I stood beside Pethard, Eamund, and Lucia, my eldest brother's eyes looking towards the dark horizon as if searching for some answer in the choking blackness. Then, turning to the men, he raised a hand and spoke. I honor the memory of my father, Mathenwy, son of the house of Angard, and all those who died. To me, the words sounded raw with pain, and my own heart beat heavy with grief, a pain that went beyond the loss of my father, but all that he had represented. From somewhere in the crowd, a voice called out, "A High King still lives. I honor the High King." The words spread, and suddenly the grim assembly of weary warriors transformed into a cheering crowd as they spoke Pethard's name over and over. I stood in the shattered remains of a village. The ground was wet with blood, and the small houses burned to the ground. The thatch had burned from the roofs, and many of the walls had split and crumbled. The ruins opened to the sky. A heavy hand landed on my shoulder, and I looked around to see the kind face of a ranger who had ridden with me for many years. His name was Lassar, and I drew myself away even as I stared at him. Did I shout for victory today? I asked bitterly. Small comfort to those I am supposed to protect. Have I served them well? The man sighed heavily, and I saw my own pain mirrored in his eyes. It is, he said quietly, harsh enough for each man to bear his own wound. But he who leads bears the wounds of all who follow. The same is said of you, Lady of Angard. His face faded away, and the image changed. Dream after dream. I could not find my way out of them. It was as if I was trapped in a net of memories that refused to let me escape them. Ever present, like an old friend, was death. It called to me, spoke of the peace I could find in its endless depths, even though I struggled against I with fading strength. I saw their faces in the blackness. There was my father's noble face fixed in death, and my mother's closed eyes as she slipped away to a place I could not follow, where she could not return from. Heard voices coming from behind me, voices that belonged to those who still lived and called me back, but it was hard to hear them the longer the shadows swirled around me. Through all of it, I was aware of some deep aching pain that the shadows could only block a little. At times it seemed as if my mind wished to try and comfort me with good dreams. But I was wounded and ill, and the dark memories of the past crept in, reminding me of battles that went wrong and loved ones who I did not reach in time. Through it all I felt hope's flame falter and weaken. I sank, and then fought to the surface, then sank again, and wondered why I should bother with fighting. Far better to drown, whispered a dark corner of my mind where fear coiled behind a thin veil of doubt. So I sank deeper, and the dreams came faster and faster. I sank into the churning mess of memories and feelings, into the shadow, and I knew there was little hope of rescue. It was my choice, to fight or to give in and fall. I will not lie. It was hard. Fighting my way back towards the light was like clawing my way up an elevator shaft. I want you to know that. I want you to understand that I fought hard, just to open my eyes once more. We have spoken of this before. I do not know where you live or what you have endured. I cannot know right now, but I can tell you that there are times letting go seems like sweet release, while holding on is like trying to hold water in your hands. This time I managed it, but I do not know if I will next time. For in the life I live, there is always a next time, and there is always the chance that it will be your last. But in the end, it was simply not in me to give up. It was wrong. It went against every pulse that still coursed through my veins. It might be hopeless, but I had to keep on. So I did it. It was dark when I opened my eyes. For the first time in too long, I opened my eyes to a clear world, where fever did not distort faces or voices. There was a sense that I had emerged at last from a dark place to which I would never return, or I hoped never to. I recognized the ceiling of my room in Du Weldenvarden, and I sank into the comfortable mattress with a soft sigh. The sheets were soft, and I heard the soft sounds of summer rain drops hitting the closed windows in a soothing rhythm. Foolishly, I attempted to sit up and immediately wished I hadn't. Heart pain drove through my head like a spike, followed by a racking wave of nausea and more pain from the knife wound. I must have given myself a concussion falling through the arch, the portal, that last time. My entire body felt heavy and weak. It was then, as I shifted upon the bed, that I saw Oramis sitting in a chair by my bed, reading a book. I felt a small smile cross my face as, sensing my gaze, the elf raised his head and smiled despite the clear worry in his silver eyes. "Zoe?" he asked gently, and then, as if checking for a fever, he rested the back of his cool hand on my forehead before dropping it back to his lap. "You have decided not to sleep away the rest of your life away after all. Is it all right?" I rasped. My voice was scratchy with disuse in my throat. I began to cough, each one sending a stab of pain through my side and making me close my eyes tightly as I rode the pain out. "Yes," said the elf immediately, knowing exactly of what I spoke and why I could not relax at all until I knew that it had made it here. "Glider is guarding it for now." Picking a glass of water up from the bedside table, he held it for me for, in my weakened state, I could not raise myself enough to hold the glass myself. The water was blessedly cold and refreshing. It made me sigh in relief as I sank once more into the soft pillow. "What happened?" I asked. The elf sighed and sat back in his chair. "You were injured when you came through the archway. Gleeder and I brought you here, and one of Islanzardi's healers tended your wound." "How long?" I asked, not sure I would like the answer at all. "2 days," said the elf grimly. "The blade was coated in a poison that was difficult to counteract, and it became apparent that there were two poisons at work. One that depressed your systems until your heart nearly stopped beating and would have without magic, and another that did the opposite. It could not be removed using magical purposes, for it was spelled against such healing techniques. Once the last of it has cleared your system, the wound can be closed with magic." He puised, and then continued gently. "Eragon and Saphira are anxious to see you." The rain continued to batter against the window, the rhythm soothing to my troubled heart and mind. "Ah," I said, and I sighed heavily as I remembered the meeting with the black creatures and the pain which had flared in my side as I fell through the portal. The egg, at least, was here, and the king would no doubt be quite ready to exact a painful price for the loss of his most prized possession. No doubt the other egg would be placed under every enchantment in the book and never leave his sight. Still, 2 days was too long for my liking, and a quick glance around the room showed me the evidence of a healer's trade. The nightstand was cluttered with a pitcher of water, a bowl and a cup, as well as a pile of fresh bandages. No doubt magic had been used, but magic cannot heal everything all the time, and sometimes a body must do a little on its own. Hopefully, if Oramis was correct, magic could finish the job and save my body all that time. "You nearly pushed yourself too far this time," said the elf, and then, gently, he said, "You have managed to come back from the road upon which there is usually no returning, and that is no small feat of strength." "I am fine," I said, as if I was speaking to my father or brothers, not Oramis. It suddenly struck me how much I had come to trust and rely on the elf. If I could engage in the kind of words I would have once spoken to my close family or friends. The elf's quick answer brought a little joy to my heart, for it was one I had heard before, many times, from those tired of inability to see when I had reached the limits of my endurance. I had always claimed it was a skill learned from Pethard, one that Eamund also picked up, and one that lessons in selflessness and caring for others had only given validation to. "You should purge the word 'fine' from your vocabulary," said the elf with a faint smile. "I never want to hear it coming from your mouth again." I managed a weak smile, but other concerns were starting to weigh on me, and I was about to speak when the elf cut across me and said, "You must rest." His silver eyes looking at me sternly. "Tomorrow you can explain what happened and how you retrieved the egg. Until then," a small smile flickered across his face. He was right. Sleepiness sweeping over me in a warm wave, and I could barely keep my eyes open. It tugged at me, and I was willing to let myself go. This time it was dreamless. This time I was not struggling to turn away from the shadows, and this time you were not telling me, in no uncertain terms, that I had better live. The sun was just sending its warm, welcome light over the horizon when Eragon felt himself rise back to full awareness like a swimmer breaking the surface of the water to take a breath of air. He had not been asleep, for he had not slept for these past few days since the celebration, but rather rested as the elves did. His mind had been wandering down dream paths that allowed him to remain semi-aware of his surroundings, even as he saw things one only saw in dreams, wondrous visions and comforting recollections of his childhood. He watched the sunrise and thought back to the events, or lack of, these past few days. Arya had wished him well the day following the celebration, for she was to leave the following morning, and while the goodbyes had been difficult, they had already said them that night at the end of the blood oath, when magic had been so heavy on the air. There had been no sign of Zoe, and he wondered where she was, and why she had not come to see him. Perhaps, like him, she needed more than a day to recover. However, he had expected to see her the previous day, and when he had gone to Tildari Hall, had not been able to locate her, which troubled both him and Saphira. Today, he decided, he would find her once his training was done. So, rising, he went to the wash closet, and then made his way down the tree to the practice field with Saphira. The dragon and rider soaring high above the tree tops before landing on the edge of the open field, where a few elves were sparring, though not with any seriousness. Vanya was already waiting for them. His face still cold, and his attitude still verging on condescending, greeted the two and then asked, "Are you ready, Shadeslayer?" Eragon felt a small thrill of trepidation in his heart. He had held his own with Vanya, but never for long, and always it had ended with a searing lance of pain from his back. Zoe's more underhand moves had helped and reduced the number of bruises Eragon had received, but they had not helped him to victory, only lengthened the fight. Sometimes, to the rider's amusement, they had been enough to throw the elf off his game and let Eragon deliver a bruise or welt of his own. But now, could he, win this duel on pure skill? Could he match this elf as an equal deserving of caution when it came to a duel? "I'm ready," said the rider. "Good luck, little one," said Saphira, as the two squared off against each other in an open area of the field. Emptying his mind, as Zoe had taught him, until he was aware of all but not distracted by it, Eragon grasped the hilt of his sword. Zarok was not a small blade. It had taken weeks for Eragon to become accustomed to the heavy weight at his side or the way it felt in his hand. Yet this day, as he whipped the blade out, it felt as light as the sticks he had first learned to duel with. Without the expected and familiar resistance, he nearly let the sword go, only keeping a hold of it because his sword arm was bent. Feeling troubled by the sudden lightness, he was beginning to wonder if his original suspicions about the true scope of his gift were correct. The only way to find out, however, was to test them. So Eragon hefted his now mysteriously light sword. Vanya started the fight. In a single bound, he crossed the distance between them and swept his sword up toward Eragon, who, feeling as if the world was set on its head, was stunned by how slow the elf was moving. Vanya had once been so fast, his reflexes so perfect, that it had taken months for Eragon to even guess where he may strike. Now, however, it was as if he was as slow as a human. It was easy to brush the blow off and continue the duel with a blow of his own. The elf, a stunned expression on his face, struck again, and Eragon merely evaded it, finding it easy. Vanya, seeming to grow frustrated, rained a score of heavy blows upon Eragon, each of which he dodged or blocked, using a few of the tricks taught to him by Zoe to avoid and not engage. As it became apparent just what gift the dragons had bestowed upon him, Eragon felt his confidence grow. As his confidence and faith in his skills grew, he felt an excited, exhilarated feeling grow within him just to be handling a sword and dueling like this. He had missed feeling confident in his physical abilities, and to his shock, he had missed holding his sword with confidence as if he, a warrior, knew that he was capable of victory. Over the months of sword play, he had grown to love the speed, the adrenaline and concentration it required from him. So, fueled by that, and a desire to test out his skills, he and Vanya truly engaged with each other and filled the air with the crashing sounds of their blades, the forces of their blows sending blue sparks flying and making the trees shake. The duel lasted long into the morning, far longer than ever before, because Vanya was still a formidable opponent. It was then, after a flurry of intense blows, that Eragon felt it for the first time in his life. Everything slowed down. In those few moments, every problem had a solution, and nothing was beyond him. He felt alive. Truly and wonderfully alive. The world slowed to a crawl, and the sword was in his hand. There was no doubt he would win, for he had already won. He was thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead. He knew, without a doubt, that if something had not happened then, he knew another few dozen scenarios would have presented themselves. So, playing his sword in a circle, he darted past Vanya's guard and wrenched the sword from the elf's hands. the force of the blow sending the elf to his knees as his sword fell to the ground. The elf's face went white with shock, and Aragon became aware of how hard he was breathing, how intense those minutes of dueling had been, and how he had never felt that alive, that aware before. Then, to Aragon's amazement, Varnir did what Aragon had never expected. The elf twisted his hand in a gesture of fealty, placed it upon his sternum, and bowed. "I thought you had consigned my race to the void, Aragon Elder, and out of my fear I acted most shamefully. However, it seems that I was wrong." Meeting Aragon's eyes with a look of respect and grudging understanding, the elf said quietly, "You are now worthy." It was the same look that the elf had given Zoe when he found himself looking cross-eyed down the length of her sword that first day. To Aragon, the idea of having it directed at him was not only unsettling, but strangely right. He had defended himself this day, and had proved, without a shadow of doubt, that he was not the terrible mistake that many had feared he was. It was a good feeling. The best feeling, and he did not mind, suddenly, that it had changed him into something that was unrecognizable. Varnir rose and sheathed his sword before departing. He left Aragon standing, feeling suddenly very old, in the middle of their practice ring. Saphira gently tapped her rider on the shoulder, and silently he nodded before mounting. He was tempted to go to the target practice and use his bow, but if the duel was any indication, using his bow would only break it. His arm was too strong now, and if he pulled back a little too hard, he would break the bow. Something that he could not do. The weapon had been with him through thick and thin. It deserved an honorable retirement. From the open field, he and Saphira flew to the white crags of Telnia and presented themselves to Oramis, who was standing looking out at the forest with his far-seeing eyes. Gleeder was surprisingly absent, and Aragon wondered briefly where the golden giant was. Oramis sent them a glancing look, and then asked, "Have you both fully recovered from the potent magic of the celebration?" "We have," echoed the two in response. "Gleeder explained to me, as best he could, what was done to you during the celebration, Aragon, but he could not explain all the changes you would experience. So I would like you to describe the full extent of your transformation, including your appearance." The endless grey eyes, so watchful and ancient, met Aragon's own. Doing his best to summarize all that had been altered, he finished with a description of the remarkable victory over Varnir. When he finished, Aragon waited patiently as his tutor studied the forest that stretched to the horizon. Aragon had become used to such silences from the old rider during the time they had spent together as student and master. Yet, this day, the rider seemed distracted as if his mind was somewhere else completely, and Aragon wished he could think of a polite way of inquiring on this point. It turned out that he did not need to. Then, to both Aragon and Saphira's surprise, Oramis turned and spoke. "There is a matter of great urgency that I have been charged to explain to the pair of you." The rider fixed the pair before him with an intense stare and then continued, "Zoe wished for me to explain it to save time and to prevent you both from worrying over a matter you could not influence." "What?" asked Aragon, and he took a small step forward, wondering, as he did so, what his teacher meant. Then, with precise words, Oramis explained how Zoe, their Zoe, had left to retrieve a dragon egg from Morzen's manor, how she had activated an ancient portal and traveled there to bypass every ward and trap to retrieve the red dragon egg, how she had returned with the egg secure in her quiver, and yet with a knife in her side, a wound that might just take her life, how Gleeder was there and would switch places with Oramis so that the dragon could continue Aragon and Saphira's training for the day. Neither Aragon nor Saphira could summon a response for a minute. They were full of complicated emotions and thoughts. There was excitement at the idea of another dragon. Something that Saphira found particularly uplifting, for it meant one step closer to saving her race and made Aragon's burden a little lighter. There was anger that Zoe had not come to them and explained her mission, as well as fear that they would lose her. Now, with Zoe's life teetering on the edge, could Aragon be justified in his anger? His heart was confused and his mind reeling with all the possibilities, the implications created by this new event. Looking at his teacher, Aragon went to ask a question, but Oramis cut in before he could speak. "Do not be angry with her," said the rider gently. "The choice was not easy for her to make. Had she known more of what she faced, I am sure she would have spoken with you before." "It is the idea," said Eragon with a heavy sigh as he struggled to articulate his feelings, that she purposely did not tell us. He knew that Saphira was, at this moment, too caught up in the idea of another egg to truly care whether or not she had been informed. At this moment, her thoughts were flying high with images of another ally who could assist her in the struggle to save the race of dragons. "Zoe has told you a remarkable amount," said Oramis gently. "She has trusted the pair of you with information that she would never normally share." There was something in Oramis's voice that made Eragon wonder, briefly, what information his teacher spoke of. "But this," said Eragon, even though he saw understanding in his teacher's eyes. "Why could she not tell us of this?" "Because she did not understand it all," said Oramis, and the elf stepped closer until he and Eragon were looking eye to eye. "You must speak with Zoe on this matter, but I can tell you this." Elf rested both of his cool hands on Eragon's shoulder and said even softer, "Zoe will always tell you the things you need to understand to live, or the things that may take her life. She will not hold back then, but she will hold her tongue when speaking of it to you will only distract and worry you." The elf dropped his hand and gestured with one hand at the distant horizon. "I cannot pretend to know her, and yet I would trust her implicitly." He looked at Eragon sternly. "I would think you would too." Eragon was silent for a long moment. He knew that his anger was out of fear for Zoe. Oramis had been quite specific on how severe the wound was, and that, it appeared, to be the blade of a Razak. Yet he also knew that he would speak with Zoe on the matter. In the end, he did not want to find out of such momentous events 2 days after plans were set in motion. But now was not the time for such things, and the one he needed to speak with may very well not live. So he just nodded, and Oramis looked towards the sky, where the giant shape of Glida was growing larger as he came closer. "I will go," said the older rider, and then, as if uncertain how Eragon would take it, "I will let you know when Zoe is awake." Eragon nodded, and yet he felt as if the world was changing too fast for him to keep up. For as Glida began to unfurl his wings and begin his descent, a memory had surfaced in his mind. It was from a few weeks before, just after he had arrived in Elismera, and he was feeling as if his inadequacy as a rider was slowly choking him, drowning him in a sea. Homesickness had been heavy on his heart too. Memories of simpler times when stories were stories and riders were just legends whispered by an old man. "Sometimes," said Zoe as she sat beside him in the small clearing that they practiced in together during the evenings, "our lives change so fast that the change outpaces our minds and hearts. It's those times, I think, when our lives have altered but we still long for the time before that we feel the greatest pain. You do learn, though, and you can't imagine or even really remember how things were before. So I'll get used to being this. You've always been who you are. That's not new. It is the things you have learned and gained that are different. I wish it wasn't this way." He twirled a stem of grass between his fingers. "Evil cannot be conquered by wishing." A subtle change in her voice, altering it, deepening it, making it powerful, commanding as if she was giving him an order, not a piece of advice. It was that memory, something he had almost forgotten, that suddenly came to him. He had changed so much, and the dragon's gift, as wondrous as it was, had taken him that one step farther from everything he had ever known and cherished. His anger with Zoe was foolish, and he knew it just as he knew that she had only been protecting him because, soon, he would have to bear the full brunt of the world. Already he found himself feeling out of place with these new skills, this new body and face. That was so alien, and yet so right, so fitting too. Resting a hand on Saphira's shoulder, he looked up into her eyes and whispered to her, "What now?" "I do not know," she said, and yet he could feel her joy and excitement as well as her worry and trepidation. Neither of them knew what to make of these changes. Another egg, this one in need of a rider, had just entered the games of power. Eragon shivered slightly. He felt as if the entire world was holding its breath, and he held his own with it. It was morning when I woke. Sunshine was falling warm on my face and dancing on the wall through the billowing curtains. I felt as if I had just descended from a warm cloud where I had been safe, and I did not want to leave that cozy place. But sleep was leaving me, and the world was calling me. So I opened my eyes once more and found that I felt markedly better, stronger. The bandages had been removed from my chest, and my head no longer felt as if there was a hammer banging against my thoughts. No doubt magic had been used recently to clear away a little of the damage I had inflicted upon my poor body. A voice, this one alien, broke through my sleepy daze. My lady! I pushed myself up, struggling a little, for the mattress was soft, and saw a silver-haired elf just entering the room. He was dressed in grey, and his hair glinted like polished steel in the bright morning light. I don't think we have met, I said as the elf moved closer to the bed on his silent elven feet. I am Iraean, said the elf, Queen Islanzardi's chief healer. He inclined his head, and I realized that this must be the elf that had cared for me and removed the poison from the wound which now seemed to have been magically healed. It's a pleasure, I said with a warm smile and as much gratitude as the simple sentence would carry. The elf smiled a little and then said, I must go, but I suggest you take your time. I was able to heal your wound, but you should not strain it, or yourself, for a few days more. His words holding the usual caution and professional detachment that all healers had, or at least the ones worth their weight in gold. I readily agreed to his prescribed rest and more rest, if only to keep him happy and prevent him from going to more drastic ways of preventing me from straining myself. I am sure you can imagine what drastic healers will do, and I can assure you it is not pleasant. Don't look so amused. One day you might be here too. Once he was gone, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and sat for a quiet moment to make sure that even that small movement was not too much for my recently healed wound. Shoving the blanket away and eyeing the rucksack on the chair which contained my precious books, I slowly eased myself to my feet. I was a little shaky. For a few brief moments my eyesight dimmed, but only in the way that it does when one has been crouching for too long and then stands too quickly. A few blinks and my sight returned. I smiled a little. I was ready. My goal, the books inside my bag, and then a return to my bed just in case some well-meaning healer showed up again. Taking a deep breath and then a step, and then in short order a few more. I was stiff and still a bit sore, but nothing like how I had felt the night before. Elvish medicine was remarkable stuff, and it had done a fine job of patching me up without as much as a scar to memorialize the adventure. Once I had a few books in hand, and feeling a little shaky now, I returned to my bed where I promptly curled up and spent a few good hours rereading my favorite parts in each of the various novels that had been sent along with me when all this began. I had never figured out who or why the bag had been prepared for me, or why so much attention had gone into it. The books, my books from Earth, were not an essential survival item unless one counted mental survival as highly as physical. I am afraid most do not. Adventures are not friendly to books, and I was glad for whatever chemicals kept these well-thumbed barns and noble specials in one piece. Not only the books, but the cooking utensils and clothing had all been carefully chosen and packed. It was late afternoon, the sun's rays beginning to take on the gold of sunset, when a knock came at the door to my bedroom. Come in, I said, and the door opened to show Iragan. When he as me, a grin spread across his face, and I could not help but grin right back. It was so strange to see him now, reader. So strange, like wandering around a corner in an unfamiliar city and seeing your own house. A surprising and not entirely pleasant recognition, as if he were saying, how can this be here? He looked like an elf in many ways, moved, and when he spoke a second later, it was like an elf. There was little of the rough, eager farm boy to his face now, and only in his eyes, those intense brown eyes, did I see the friend I knew and loved. They were still his eyes, older now and shadowed, but not dim or hard. Life had not beaten him down until he had nothing, not even the barest trace of that intangible thing called hope. Not yet, and if I could, I would make sure he never experienced what it felt like to reach the end of everything and find that you were expected to keep going. Zoe, he said with a grin that grew into a smile and then into a bigger smile. Oramis told me you had finally wakened. The rider drew closer and took a seat on the edge of my bed while I, like a sleepy cat, stretched my arms above my head and did my best to conceal the wince that the movement caused. How are you? Asked Iragan. I have been worse, I said with a small smile. I feel much better now than when I first woke. You are not giving a direct answer, said the rider with a smile, but I suppose I have seen you in worse shape than this. Both of us remembering the poison that Durza had forced down my throat in Gilead, and I winced again. This entire trip to Alagaesia seemed far more trouble than it was worth. I had been poisoned, wounded, and wounded again. For magic and its ability to heal most injuries, at least the ones I had suffered. So with mock annoyance I said, "Very well. I still ache all over and my side still hurts when I move, and I'm tired, but I am on the mend. Soon I will be able to spar with you again." I smiled at the rider and saw understanding in his eyes. "Have you mastered your new abilities?" I asked, and waved my hand at his now more slender and graceful build. "Somewhat," he said, and then with a slow smile of pride. "I beat Vanya today." "You did?" I asked, and a bubble of happiness for my friend rose inside of me. Better news I could not have. It was good news, good for Aragon and good for Vanya. "Zoe," said Aragon, and any pride or levity fled his voice. His eyes meeting mine and his voice becoming serious, too serious for light conversation, and I knew what he was about to say and ask. "Do not ever do this to me again." I looked long into Aragon's eyes. I saw the burning desire, a demand for trust, for the honesty that I knew was fully Aragon's due. There was a note of anger in his voice, but mostly it was one of someone asking, above all, for you not to do something again. He wanted an oath, and in the end, I knew that he deserved it. I cringed, like I had before, that telling him had been unfairly necessary, and I had not liked it then, but could not bring myself to explain it and defend it once more for those who could not help. But I said none of that. I wanted to say so many things, but in the end knowing that all I could say was incredibly simple. So I just nodded, and in the ancient language I made my oath. "I promise." He relaxed a little, and his eyes lost their hard look. We spoke a little, while Longer and Saphira even joined the conversation, though she had to content herself with flying above Tildari Hall, for she would not fit in the small garden outside my windows. I explained to them both about the message given to me by the dragons, Morzen's manor, the egg, and how I navigated my way back. The light was truly beginning to fade when Aragon left, and not long after, Oramis arrived with Islanazadi. I was weary, but managed to conceal it, and spoke with two elves of what had transpired during my trip to the house, and then what to do about the red dragon egg currently in Gleeder's care. It was decided that suitable elves in Du Weldenvarden would be given an opportunity to ask the dragon to hatch. If it did not, then the egg would go with me to the Varden, where, hopefully, a rider could be found, and then return to the forest for training with Oramis. We spoke long into the night, and hammered out a plan that seemed both fair and necessary considering the circumstances. And time passed. My strength returned, though slower than I would have liked. The egg did not hatch for any of the numerous elves that paraded past it, and each time it refused, I began to become more sure of just who this egg was destined for. You never know, and fate can change. But I was fairly certain the one for this dragon was currently doing whatever he did for the Varden in Serda, and hopefully preparing for the battle that looming on the horizon. I don't need to say it to you, but I missed him and Brahm. But mostly, I missed him, and I felt selfish wishing time would speed up when all speeding up would do was bring battle closer. I dueled with Aragon, and he even won a few of our duels. It was fun for us both, and with his increased strength, he was forced to use my bow whenever he wished to practice archery. His own training proceeded with leaps and bounds as he mastered subject after subject. The increase in his strength and endurance allowed him to experiment with more complex spells that would have taken too much energy from him before the celebration. We still met every evening to practice the subtle skills of debate and politics, but increasingly, our conversations were centered around battle tactics and other skills that could save your life on the battlefield. So there you are. These few weeks after the celebration and my recovery are all summarized for you. There is one thing I have to say to you, maybe because it seems rather ironic after all that I have seen and done. It is a quote I remember from Earth. One of those fading memories that belong to Zoe Newman the privileged, but rather pained, annoying, and endlessly trying to be perfect meet expectations girl that I shed so long ago. There is no filling up your life with fictional places, and imaginary faces don't help anyone in the long run. Revised 2/6/2014. 56, Chapter 58. "You are wearing a hole in the floor," came the deep voice of the black dragon that was currently spread out behind the ornate throne. The dragon closed his eyes, and let out a small puff smoke in annoyance as the sounds of angry footfalls did not stop. It was preventing him from enjoying his daily afternoon nap, and he did not see why his master could not stomp somewhere else. Surely that was why he had an entire castle. How? Demanded Galbatorix. How did one human girl, of no extraordinary power, steal my egg? Shuriken, already suffering from his lack of an afternoon nap, was in no mood to point out that the girl had to have some power if she had circumvented every single ward and trapped layered on that crumbling pile of stone. Or if she was no power user, then she had to be incredibly gifted at finding her way through a labyrinth of spells and would have had to know exactly what to do in every single situation. But he didn't say any of this. He just kept silent and listened as the king's anger grew and grew. "Where is it?" cried the king through the bond he had forged between himself and the black dragon that he had turned to his will. It was not a true bond, but Galbatorix did not want it to be. It served its purpose and nothing more. "The Varden or the elves have it," said Shruiken, and watched with some amusement as these words made the king turn an even darker shade of red. Soon he would have to destroy something, and that always amused the black dragon. He had long since lost any sense of pity or remorse for those that were the target of his master's anger. What did it matter if another round-eared silly-two-legs got blamed for something that was not their fault? Galbatorix cast the black dragon a dark glare and then spun away. He had to calm himself and think with a relatively calm way on the issue before him. This girl was long gone, and with her was the red dragon egg. Where she had gone, or how she had managed to evade every single soldier, magician, and spy he had planted throughout his empire, he did not know. But she had. This plain-faced, dirty, blonde young woman was as impossible to find as a needle in a haystack. She was as ordinary as they came, and twice as hard to find. The Razak would be out of commission for some time, too. They had been badly burned by the fire the girl had cast at them before she had made her quick escape, and in their agony they had not seen where she had gone. The blaze had spread across the gardens and charred everything but the house to blackened stumps and ash. There was little left of the gardens now, and any sign or track of where the girl may have escaped had long been burned away. Only the thick stone wall and wards containing the blaze and saving the surrounding, abandoned land. A low growl escaped his lips. None of the wards around the perimeter of the manor house had been triggered. None. Only when the thief had removed the egg had he been sent a warning jolt that told him someone had taken the object. He half wanted to meet this girl and squeeze the truth of how she engineered this theft, or, as he suspected, who had prepared the way for her. There were few powers left in this land that gave the king pause, very few, and he had no way of knowing which one had acted against him. Adding to his already towering temper was the effective destruction of his spy network in Serda and the Varden. His favored spy, Vivian, was dead, and the king knew his ward, Murtagh, had a hand not only in her death, but the deaths or capture of his informants. It would take time to repair the damage done to that section of his spy network, and that needed to happen now. There was no information coming into him on any of the Varden's inner workings. He could not even know if they were aware of the army that was massing against them, and whether or not his plan of catching them unawares would succeed. The king's pacing sped up as his anger began to boil over. His right hand gripping the hilt of the startlingly white sword he had stolen from the dead Lord Vrail. The last few months had not been good for his temper, and his anger was becoming more explosive. He did not understand how things had gone the way they had. With all the power at his fingertips, it did not make any sense how one boy and his dragon had evaded all his spies and soldiers. It did not make sense how one small army of men and dwarves had destroyed his own Urgle army, nor did it make sense how one girl had stolen his dragon egg and nearly killed his most dangerous of servants. With a growl of anger, and with sparks flying from his fingers, his pace sped up until his footsteps rang harshly against the marble. Shruiken closed his eyes and tried, as much as a dragon the size of a mountain ever could, to look small and inconspicuous. Coming to a stop in front of the throne that he had claimed for himself so long ago, the king felt the anger slowly drain away as a slow smile spread across his face. His latest surprise for the Varden and its precious rider would surely improve his temper. For once Murtagh was back, and the sapphire rider was under his control. There would no one and nothing that could stand between him and total control. The surprise he had planned especially for the Varden would work. He had planned this one specifically to work, and he would be in control of it, not some idiot Razak, or captain, or overconfident shade. Such cheerful thoughts made his smirk widen into a predatory smile. Soon the world would find out just why opposing him only led to death and loss. Shuriken let off a puff of smoke as he heard these thoughts. Why, wondered the black dragon, was it so hard to find a moment's peace in this place? The dreams woke him. The memory of Garrow's dead body in Horst's house, the sight of so many dead bodies upon the blood-sodden ground of Farthen Dur, and then, like a urgent warning, the face of Angela the herbalist, who whispered, "Beware Argitlam." The dreams caught him one after another and sent him back through each memory of death of pain, something he had seen all too often these past months, until his mind suddenly lurched free of them. The image of one lingering before his mind like a grim warning. A battle was being fought around him, and yet he was standing perfectly still. There was no noise or sensation, just a frozen scene. The ground was black and sulphurous looking, the sky covered in iron-grey clouds. Men fought men, and around him were the still bodies of the dead with their empty eyes staring upwards. The colors of the Varden and the Empire looked faded to his eyes, lost among the death and faded in the smoky air. He shook his head violently. He was in due Weldenvarden. Safe. Saphira was safe. But still he panted, and he was covered in sweat. The sheets were twisted around him, and the sky outside was still inky black. He closed his eyes in an effort to bring himself back under control, but all he saw was the mangled corpses of the villagers in Yazuak, or the terribly still face of his uncle. Iragan gripped the coverlet tightly and forced his breathing down, trying to control it and soothe himself a little. Finally, still uneasy in his body, still wound up, as if ready to spar, the rider rose silently from the bed. Saphira was still asleep. She was especially weary that night, after a long training session with Gleeder which had left her exhausted, and had, luckily, prevented her from feeling his dreams. Moving swiftly, and with no need of a light, he hurried up to his small study, where he sat down at the desk and looked out through the open portal to the dark forest. The stars were out in all their splendor, and a thin sliver of moon sent its clear light down over the dark canopy of leaves. All was coming, and before the celebration, he might have found the air chill, but now he did not feel it. Just one more difference, and one more thing that separated him from his mortal relations and friends. He shook his head. It would not do to sound angry with the changes that he had gone through these past months, and nor would it do to think of Roran's opinion of him. He could already guess what it would be, and he had neither time nor the heart to spare to think of the anger his cousin would be feeling with him. He was grateful, he truly was, and for the most part he never thought too hard about what he had lost through this change worked by the dragons. The memory of his cousin, the childhood he treasured in his heart and mind, made him suddenly start. He may never be able to speak to his cousin again as brothers would, but he could keep an eye on him. Why had he not done this long ago? What had made him wait? He supposed that he had, in the intensity of these past weeks, little time for thinking too much of home or the spare energy to scry. However, with no chance of returning to his waking dreams, the young rider wished to reassure himself that those he cared for, even if they did not still care for him, were well. He also wanted to assuage the guilt that had been roused in him at the sudden realization that he had forgotten his cousin. Leaving the chair, he stepped towards the scrying mirror hung on one wall. The oval mirror was polished, and he could see his reflection perfectly in its reflective surface. Raising one hand, he whispered the spell and watched the mirror shimmer and then show him the person he wished to see. Roran, the face of his cousin flickering into view on the polished surface of the mirror. But his cousin looked a far cry different than the person Iragan remembered. Not only that, but he seemed to be on a ship, and as he turned and began to walk down it, the faces of the other villagers who Iragan knew came into view. What was his cousin doing? Why was he on a ship? And most importantly of all, why did he look so haunted? There was a hard look to those once kind eyes, and a set to that jaw which, while very much like Garrow, had a kind of determination that spoke of desperation, not natural stubbornness. Iragan had grown practiced at reading people and judging them with the assistance of Zoe's teachings, and this was not the kind of man he remembered Roran being. The cousin he knew was neither cold nor able to consider a life beyond the small patch of land that they worked, and only something drastic could have pulled him away. Letting the image fade, he quickly scried Carvajal and felt his heart shatter as the image grew clear upon the smooth surface. There was no village. All that remained was a burnt pile of ashes and the vague outlines of houses. It was gone. His childhood home was destroyed and left for the elements to completely erase it. Iragan had no doubt that Galbatorix was behind it. He knew it was because of him that soldiers would have gone there, maybe even the Razak, and brought destruction with them against the quiet, peaceful valley. Pain lanced through his heart as well as anger and despair. It was gone. Because of him, the only home he had ever known was no more, and while he could never return there, it had been a sort of comfort to know it still existed. Now that comfort was gone, and all that remained was anger, a promise for vengeance. It was just one more grievance, and one more bitter pain that added up until he knew there was only one way to answer them. With growing panic, Iragan scried the only member of the Varden that he could think of who would not have wards set to prevent such spells. Arya he could not, and neither could he scry Murtagh or Bram, but Jormundur he could. The face of the man, sitting at table along with the council of elders, appeared on the mirror. Stacks of paper and forgotten mugs of tea littered the table, and he was reassured when the second in command of the Varden asked Murtagh for some piece of paper that, according to his brother, Arya had. Reassured a little that at least his friends with the Varden were still all right, Iragan let the magic fade. A growing feeling of urgency was replacing his anger. He had to go. The world had not stopped while he had been safely learning in Elismera. Instead, the Varden were clearly preparing for battle, and if his dreams were any indication, that battle was coming soon. It would lead to another battle and another, of that he had no doubt. It was time to leave, time to spread their wings and show the world what they had become in these few months. Maybe the journey would lead him back to his cousin, and back to the revenge he had sworn against the king for the destruction the man had caused. With any luck it would take him down a path to where, at the end, he could finally find the peace that he could not have until the wars were fought and the blood spilled. But first he had to find Zoe, and he had to ask her if it was time. Moving on swift feet that were made urgent by the growing feeling of time growing short, he left Saphira sleeping and hurried towards Tildari Hall, where he navigated the corridors to Zoe's room. She might be asleep, but they needed to speak of this now and prepare for this. There was no time left, and she would understand that. Zoe, who, he knew, had ridden to war before, and who had lectured him on knowing when it was time to act and time to wait. The corridors were desolate and abandoned in the silver moonlight. The air was still, and he could feel the tension, the building pressure, as if the very things that bound this world together were stretching. It seemed to take so long. Each step seemed to take an age, and each moment trickled by. Time seemed so fickle now. One moment he had all the time in the world, and the next it was speeding by and taking him down the path he had unknowingly chosen one night in a small house when a dragon hatched for him. Now it slowed again, and he seemed to be fighting against it, against the air. It was heavy and thick. It was hard to push against it and keep walking. Everything seemed to screaming at him to go back and go to sleep. At last, at long last, he reached the familiar door in the high-ceilinged, open corridor. It was closed, and for a moment he stared at it. What would happen when he knocked? He knew that each choice, no matter how small or insignificant at the time, led to something bigger, and he knew that telling Zoe of his choice would lead to something big too. He had known this long before him, but he respected her for that, and even though he longed for the journey to be over, he was glad that both she and Oramis had not spoken of how close they were to the start of the end. He was glad that they had given him a little more time, if only so that he could be by Saphira and see her, safe and glowing like she was now. But the moment was brief and his determination strong. He knocked softly and hoped that she was awake. Zoe answered his quiet knock on the first try. She did not ask him what had sent him to her like this or what had put the fire in his eyes. There were no worried questions or any words spoken at all. She did not need to, and there was a knowing glint to those clear grey eyes. Zoe, he knew, had only been waiting for him to tell her it was time, and for that, he was grateful in some strange way. The time had come, and she knew that as well as he did. But it was good to be the one saying it, the one making the choice, and not blindly following orders. He was ready. The world was ready. He heard the news just as he was leaving the practice field after discreetly inspecting the soldiers preparing for battle and giving the commanding officer a few directives. His mood was dark, and it had not lifted since the events which had occurred 3 days before and cost Vivian her life. Murtagh had managed to contain it and hide it for the most part, but he knew that a few, namely Bram, saw through his brave front and worried for him. But his mood was swept away for the time being as a sweaty-faced young messenger boy in the colors of Orin's house suddenly came to a sliding stop before him just as he entered the welcome shade of the stone corridors. "My lord," said the panting boy. His eyes were wide with excitement, and he could barely get the words out. "My lord," he said again, and then managed to bring himself together enough to say, "The elf lady has arrived and Lady Naswada." But Murtagh did not wait. He was already moving through the busy corridors. Arya was back. He pushed his way past bowing servants and ignored the curious looks cast his way by nobles. Moving without being aware of it, he found himself navigating the corridors and slipping through passages until he arrived, very nearly out of breath, before Naswada's closed study door. For a second he stopped and felt his heart pounding as his mind, focused on what Arya might tell him, began to spin with the questions he had suppressed these past few months. He ignored the guards on both sides, and briefly taking the time to smooth his face clear of his turbulent feelings, he flung the doors open and found himself looking straight at the pale, lovely face of Arya Svitkona. He was distantly aware of Bram, Naswada, and Jormungandr, but he had eyes only for her. She hadn't changed at all, but then again she was an elf. Her face was as he remembered it, devoid of any sign of age or weariness. Her perfection made her unreal to him. She was tall and elegant in her perfection, and while there were no scars or bent limbs to speak of the life she had lived, her eyes did. In those clear emerald depths he could see the years, marching on, mixing with the experience she had garnered. Memories swirled there along with power and a never-ending determination. Arya smiled and moved forward, embracing him as friends would, and he returned the embrace. "Murtagh," she said as she stepped back and her eyes swept over him. No doubt she saw the weariness and sensed the pain he was hiding beneath his mask, but she did not comment. "It is good to see you again." "And you," he said, and then, unable to stop himself and dying to know the answer even as he dreaded it. "How is Zoe, Eragon, Saphira?" He did not really care about them. It was Zoe who mattered, and Zoe who had filled his thoughts, despite his best attempts these past months. But he did not wish to reveal so much before Naswada and Jormungandr. Something flitted across Arya's face, as if she was not sure how to answer, or wary of the answer she was going to give. "Well," she said, with what seemed a forced smile, "Eragon and Saphira have accomplished much in the short time they have been with my people. Zoe, too," again a brief pause, as if the elf was wary of her next words, "is well." He was about to question it, force the elf to reveal more, when she sent him a quick warning glare that was missed by all in the room, because the door opened once more to show Orin accompanied by more of his advisors. In the flurry of greetings and formal words, Murtagh was left forgotten, and that was probably for the best. The brief interlude allowing him to gain control of his emotions so that he appeared just as cold and implacable as the reputation he had created for himself amongst Orin's retinue said he was. So Murtagh held his tongue, and he saw that Bram to seem to be on the edge of voicing questions, even as he spoke the familiar formulaic words. It was through sheer strength of will that Murtagh was able to endure the following few hours of talk between Orin, Naswada, and the various lords who all wished to speak with Arya and seek the elves' position on the following campaign. So much needed to be said, and while Murtagh knew this, it did not ease his impatience for answers, for news. He had grown sick of talk of supplies, men, positioning, and allies. It was not until much later, when the stars were out, and the castle quiet, that he was able to get Arya to speak of what she had not spoken of. They were in Bram's room, already carefully spelled against eavesdroppers, and the three were all seated around a small table. A glowing weir light hanging above them sent strange shadows across the faces of Bram, old and weary-looking, Arya and Murtagh. A sliver of moon high above in the heavens sent a faint sparkle of moonlight down across the silent, dark city. The brutal heat of the day was fading down to the cool, refreshing temperature of evening. "What," said Brahm, "is actually happening?" His brows were drawn together, and a fierce frown made him appear to be an identical carving of one of the gargoyles that decorated the sides of the castle. Arya sighed and ran a slender hand across her face. Even elves have limits, and her own patience had been taxed with the discussions she had held with Orin and his advisors. She was also desperate to remove the sweat and grime that accumulated over the long journey to Aberon, and like she had in the brief rest she had taken, to think of the home and the friends she hoped to see again soon. "Too much," she said finally, "and they are not things I could speak of in front of either the Varden or Orin." Murtagh held his tongue, sensing that Arya would not be pleased if he pestered her questions, and gave her no time to tell the story. "Do you know of the Blood Oath celebration?" asked the elf, suddenly, her eyes on him. For a second Murtagh did not know of what she spoke, and was so surprised by the question he could not really respond. Until, remembering some old lesson from some stodgy old tutor, the name, Blood Oath, and its meaning returned. Nodding his head, he said, in a clipped tone, "The bonding between rider and dragon." His irritation with the situation was rising, and he could only hope the elf responded quickly. He was in no mood for history lessons. "Yes," she said, and sent a quick glance towards Brahm, who was watching her intently. The old man looked tense, and his eyes were burning with intensity. "The elves celebrate the bond created between the dragons every 100 years. Eragon, Saphira, and Zoe were able to attend. I left the following morning." She paused, and then continued quietly. "Old magic is awoken at the ceremony, which goes for 3 days. At the end, the spirit of the dragons is—" She seemed to struggle for words, and Brahm took over. "I was there at the last one," said the old man, and his eyes seemed lost in memories. "It is as if the memory of the dragons is truly alive, Murtagh. It is not an illusion, but a real creature." "What?" asked Murtagh, growing more annoyed by the minute. "Does this have to do with Zoe?" He could not see what celebrations and almost extinct races had to do with the very simple he wanted an answer for. "Because," said Arya, "2 things happened when the dragon appeared. The first was he gave Zoe a task." The elf looked almost frightened, and Murtagh felt worry grow within himself. "The dragon told her how to find the red dragon egg and how to retrieve it." "What?" demanded both Murtagh and Brahm at the same time, the young man half rising out of his chair. Arya sent them both a glare, and her voice rose an octave. "Listen to me." With that, she explained not only Zoe's mission, but the transformation Eragon had undergone. Her words were so soft that both Murtagh and Brahm had leaned forward to catch them. When at last she fell silent, Murtagh was numbed by her words, and Brahm had rocked back in his chair, the old man appearing lost in deep thought. "I do not know how Zoe's mission fared, but Eragon was well when I last spoke with him after the celebration." Arya's voice sounded hollow, her words not soothing any of the tension that filled the air with charged energy. "Why?" whispered Murtagh, and then he felt a growing anger, an anger born out of fear and directed at the impossibly controlled, almost uncaring elf who sat across from him. "Why didn't you go with her?" His voice trembled with emotion, and while it was low, it rang out with it. "She wouldn't let me," whispered Arya, who had the grace to drop her eyes to her hands that were folded on the table tightly. "I tried to convince her and I argued with her, but she would not be dissuaded." Zoe, the elf was silent for a moment, knew what she had to do, and no one would come between her and the end goal. "You could have stayed," hissed Murtagh with anger. "I couldn't," said Arya, and this time she met his gaze with her own cool green eyes that, while they were full of worry, also contained an understanding that the young man found maddening. "I had to come here, and already I had tarried too long in Du Weldenvarden out of worry for Eragon and my own wish to rest a little. The Varden needs me as it prepares for war, and Naswada needed to know my mother's plan of attack sooner rather than later." The elf paused and then continued. "Zoe would not hear of me staying either." Murtagh rocked back in his chair and closed his eyes tightly. He could imagine the words Zoe had spoken to Arya, and he knew his anger was unjustified. He knew that Zoe did what she wanted, and as much as he wished otherwise, sometimes one had to act alone, just as he had these past few weeks. Was just one thing on top of another, the sheer magnitude of Zoe's mission mixed with the raw grief that still beat against his heart at the thought of Vivian. Murtagh had thought Zoe would be safe, but she had never been one to sit idly, and he could only imagine all the reasons that had gone into her decision to steal the red dragon egg. Brahm's voice broke his reverie. "You did not tell Naswada." Murtagh opened his eyes and saw the old man looking at Arya with a calculating, almost amused expression. "You do not even plan to tell her of Eragon or of Zoe?" "No," said the elf, and she looked towards the window. "Eragon and Saphira must tell her of the changes they have experienced if they wish to. As for Zoe," the elf glanced at Murtagh briefly, "what would be the point in giving hope if Zoe does not succeed?" "True," said Brahm, and he looked weary once more, the intensity leaving his face, and suddenly he looked like a father who was worried about his child. This, thought Murtagh, was perfectly understandable. "What," asked Arya then, "has happened here?" Her green eyes flickered between the weary Brahm and Murtagh, who, to her keen elf eyes, looked both exhausted and deeply troubled, and that was before she had told him news of Zoe and his half-brother. Something far more than the rigors of managing an army. A war leader, a king and his court had occurred during the time she had been away. She had heard, during the meetings that day, that Murtagh had earned a place of honor and respect as a spy master in both the Varden and Orin's court. But she had not heard how he had done it, or how the entire network of the Black Hand in Surda had been decimated. "Another night, Arya," said Murtagh sharply, as he did his best to ignore the images of Vivian, the dark house, and the many disguises he had worn these past days. Worry clawed at his throat, and he felt as everything around him was crumbling, the few things that had given him comfort these past weeks suddenly ripped away. "Another night," agreed Brahm, looking as if reliving the past few weeks was just as difficult for him as it was for Murtagh. "Hopefully there will be another night," said Arya darkly, and all three fell silent as they automatically looked out the window. Outside, the darkness seemed heavier and night even darker. The stars too far away to give any comfort. Revised 2/6/2014. Enjoy.